Hello everybody and welcome to another episode of the Elendor Chronicles. If things have gone well, this should be an extra long episode with a pre-recorded first episode into a live broadcast right away. So if you're seeing this earlier in the day, that's why. If you're watching this on YouTube, that's also why it's insanely long for this episode. As always, remember you can support the show by becoming a patron or subscribing here on Twitch. Without further ado, let's get on with tonight's episode, shall we? So, last time in the Elendor Chronicles, we had a little bit of home and downtime for Team Rhiannian Empire, as in the half of the team that are there. Breton took Ruby to his familial home, where he met, or she met, sorry.
At this point, it might as well just be they. There's multiple people up in here.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, you met for the first time, and Breton was reintroduced to his father, who they spent a number of hours just talking about their shared experiences over the last few years in the time that Breton's been away, with this kind of awkwardness of someone who cares, but also someone who's relatively guilty about giving a family member away, even if it was for a better start. But like that, there was tension there. But Breton did receive a artisanal sword that his father had made for him, which he always intended on giving Breton the day he was fully knighted, but never got round to it. We also spent some time in Modgwyn, a city that the party is not unfamiliar with. It was one of your more successful visits to a location within the Rhiannian Empire. It's where Valymr got his glaive before. It's where you first did some research about the Eladrin, and it was the last place you were in before you went into Nardathel and continued to Reshin. You also slew 2 dragons there, a triumphant moment for the party. But this time around, whilst trading was happening, you were introduced to a new party member, a small Kenku that you never learnt the name of properly. You understood that they referred to themselves as K, but a little more than that didn't get crossed. They seem enamored with the skyship and planned to see a lot more of it in the future. Other than that, we had a small witnessing and introduction to Solara the Black, the de facto ruler of the Eladrin Empire, who introduced themselves to Team Eladrin, as we're referring to them, Valymr, Zaraj, and James, who were brought to court and given resolutions as to acceptable terms from the Eladrin Empire. We're actually going to pick back up with those 3 right now, as you are ushered back to your room following the first introduction with the heir's court. Valymr, in your hand, you have a scroll which dictates the terms of whatever the Elandrin want. Do you read them, or are you waiting until you get back to the room?
I'll wait until we get back to the room.
Okay. Which you do. You wait until you get back to the room, and you unfurl the scroll.
I'm going to read through it. Is it in Elvish or
It's in
common?
common.
It's in common. This is not good. This is never going to happen. They want the dissolution of the Rhiannian Empire. They want to destroy the Church of Albay, and they want every idol of the king that never was to be torn down. That's their surrender term. They're never going to go for this.
I wonder why they're asking for such extreme, almost outlandish requests.
This isn't even something I think they'd accept if Seat was under siege.
Perhaps it is a negotiation tactic where you highball, and then through compromise, then they come back with a lowball offer, and then we sort of find a middle ground. But I doubt it. That's for merchants and hagglers, not political treaties.
Do they not understand that it's the alternative is genocide?
They did kind of just give us their terms, not knowing what the Rhiannian Empire had in store for them. Maybe we should see if they're willing to renegotiate.
Does it look like this scroll is freshly written, or is it something they've had for a while?
This wasn't written in front of you.
Right.
This is something that was produced, like... I mean, you can do a quick, like, investigation check where you can try and see how long ago it was made.
Dear diary, these are my conditions if the Rian ever wants to have a peace deal.
I'm basically just seeing, was it written before or after we arrived and before after they learned of it?
The ink doesn't look fresh with that roll of, I think that was a natural 19, was that?
Natural 19, yeah.
Yeah.
For a total of 19.
Yeah, the ink's not fresh, but it's also not old. You could surmise that it was probably the day that it was announced that ambassadors would be coming out from the siege.
Right.
They might have written something up.
So they wrote this before they learned of the threat. I guess we have to just convince them of its severity and see if these terms can be whittled down to something not quite so insane.
I also think we did not receive appropriate time to plead our case regarding the overall importance beyond the war itself, but what is going on with the Void Dragon and all of these things. Perhaps that will change their minds. I don't know how to present this information to them without them reading my mind. Do you think they would use my mind amulet, my mind reading amulet, to check my mind?
I think they probably have people with that ability as well. But I think this is obviously something that we've gone to war. This is what we want. But like they just need to understand that, you know, the Rien
Oh,
is
man.
willing to go to such lengths.
Valymr, do you remember the original terms of war? Why they went to war? Are these similar? Are they requesting the very same things that they originally requested?
Do I remember, DM?
Do you remember Valymr?
Can I roll a history check with that? Is that memory in a way?
I mean,
or
I mean, this is gonna
it's
be
Lambert that has dyspraxia.
This
Valymr
is-
doesn't have dyspraxia.
and this is Midge trying to remember what I said in the original declaration.
I might actually
Yeah.
have that written down.
If
I
you
can send
have
it to
to,
you.
if you can send me the original declaration, that'd be great, Mordred. Fucking better note keeping eye. That was
Well, we could
session
get in
1
touch
of
with them,
season
too.
2. This is session 29 of season 3. I am brain.
Sending it to you now.
Yeah, that's I love it. Lake's also
Incredible.
going through his notes. I love note. Oh, I punched my mic. There we go. I love the good note takers. In
Here's
fact,
A
if-
question I don't understand. I
Yes.
posted in chat. Why do the elves hate the king that never was if they allied with him during the war?
Enemy of my enemy, maybe?
So
They're-
it's
Your
Yeah,
best
that-
mate isn't a god, he's just your best mate.
Not a reason to kill somebody, though. Not a reason to hate the religion.
So as a reminder, because I think I've mentioned this before, the daughter and heir of the empire was killed by religious fanatics from the king that never was.
Sure, like I get that. Like the fanatics on both sides. That's not mutually exclusive, but specifically the king that never was. Like he's supposed to be the good. Everybody's supposed to go. This is the guy we want to uphold because he's Elendor.
I don't know if it's ever been said, but it may have been because I'm pretty sure the king that never won was the person who put forth the Shadowlong plague.
No, yes and no. It's Shadowlong is because they had to give up their immortality as if
Yeah.
they wanted to stay here. So, yes, on that regard.
I know it's like I know like you think about that can be your best bud, but imagine your best buddy being like, "So I got some bad news, guys. If you want to stay here, you can't be immortal no more." And it's like, bro.
That's the one thing we have.
Yeah, it's and also like essentially, even after like fighting side by side and essentially all of those things, is the king that never was didn't accept the Elven pantheon as a pantheon essentially of like they wanted to remain their own pantheon basically, and
Clearly the king that never was just a bigot.
it was it's basically there was not a great mutual understanding between him and there was basically a big falling out between the gods before the king that never was ascended.
Is Eladrin the Immortal an actual god, or is he just revered as a god?
He's not revered as he's not prayed to.
Okay, thank you.
He's I mean it's
If I were to pray to him, there's no chance of him hearing me, like as if I were praying to Bahamut.
He's revered the same. Like, just try to put this into real world context without. I was trying to think of a decent scenario, not without saying someone like it's kind of. I think the easiest way to like the reverence for Eladrin the Immortal is the same reverence Americans give for George Washington.
Oh, so
If
he's
George
definitely a
was still
god.
alive.
100%. Big
Except
god
he's still
time.
alive. Yeah.
Big god time.
So
He
take
is
that
on
as you
our
will.
money.
yeah. In God we trust, and then it's a picture of him.
Yeah, you made a giant mountain with his face on. Yeah, no, it's so yeah, so it's he's a supreme being, and he's godlike, and there probably is some people that worship him. Let's be frank, there probably is, but he's not considered a god in the religious pantheon. Like, he's not the head of his
practice
pantheon. No,
religion.
he still is beholden to a faith himself, which his people follow. That he's just not dying is the
But
shtick.
getting closer now because he's very sick.
He's
And we met his daughter
know
and not him.
everyone kind of knows that. He's been sick for about 700 years, so is the thing. Yeah.
For a normal elf,
Yes.
on a scale of like real world diseases, like how bad is dying from shadow lung?
Pulmonary edema.
I don't know.
Your
what that
lungs
is.
fill with fluid,
Yeah.
and you essentially drown on your own insides.
Yeah.
That's all right. To inflict that on anyone is abhorrent and awful, and yeah, no, that's evil.
But
That was the
it's-
condition of staying.
Well,
So,
perhaps
yeah, I'm talking about
Yeah,
inflicting it on somebody intentionally with like a bioweapon.
It's-
Since-
It's evil.
our job is to just be ambassadors. Do you think that we should communicate these terms to the Rien to get a response? Or do we think that this would inflame tensions higher, even proposing this? At what point do we have to censor the terms set by the Eladrin? Or do we argue on the Rien's behalf first?
I think bringing these terms to the Rien right now would harm our cause.
And I mean, we've only been here a short while. We haven't really given it a full shot.
Yeah.
We basically had one audience. We sat there. We said what we were allowed to say. We got as far as we could, and then we were shut down and escorted out.
And hopefully we'll have another meeting. Maybe they'll come here to see us.
You
do you still have the bag with notes and things?
I believe they. I can't remember.
There was,
Let me
there was a
read my notes.
Minotaur doing...
The Minotaur was
com-
holding them so that nobody think.
Yeah.
But
I think he was
Maybe
holding them
took
to
it.
keep me from activating them, or in case
Yeah.
They
was
told him to
attacked.
put it in a safe, secure spot, I thought.
yeah, I believe so. I will have said though that you can have removed the notes from that. It was more the samples was the issue. You also, just as a reminder, and you do remember that this definitely isn't your only meeting. They definitely said that they would need to deliberate now on the stuff that you had told them.
We wait until they come back with some response to the information that we've brought them, and then that should be what we transmit.
Valymr, do you have the ability to create an image, magical, or draw it? Are you a good
Yes.
artist?
I have minor illusion.
Would you be able to recreate the Void Dragon and the timey-wimey islands coming through the space-time continuum?
I think it's something that I have done in the past as well. But
You
yes, I
did
will.
that before at Atria.
So perhaps in our next meeting we really hammer it down that this war is actually very trivial in the global scheme of things. We don't put it to them like this because it's kind of their life's purpose, and that's rude to tell someone that what they're doing is not important, but our goal coming here is to have them recognize that there are greater threats than this war. So any way that we can show this to them and make it very serious. Maybe we find the dragon and we let them fight it for themselves.
We told her the name of the dragon as well, and that didn't seem to ring any bells for her.
But maybe it would for Eladrin the Immortal if she were to bring this information to him.
Hopefully, yeah.
Valymr.
This is right now.
Yes.
Do you remember what your mother told you? I think all of you were in the room, so I will let you all chime in if you happen to remember some key pieces of information that Valymr's mother said.
She said many things. What?
Can you give us a scene context? Like where were we?
You
Where
were
we
all
sitting?
in the tent at the camp, and it was after Valymr's mother had introduced herself to you.
Mhm.
She said when you told her the information of why you were here. She told you some key pieces of information for you to try and get to do.
Yes, the ball.
And also someone to avoid letting make the decisions.
Oh, I can't remember that a little bit. I
The
remember
daughter?
that our
She said
best chance. Oops, sorry.
Was it the daughter? She was like, try to
avoid talking to Solana the Black.
try to go to Eladrin the Immortal direct.
So we need to go to the Winter Palace, was it? For the... what was it?
The Winter Palace
special-
/ the Waterfall Palace, I believe it's called.
It's for the...
But there's no way we'd be able to get there without Solana's
Nope. So that's
allowing us.
There's your challenge.
I am going to try and... This sounds shady, but I'm going to try to work the angle of getting as close to the source of the origination of this Shadowlong, as well as be able to study it on its longest surviving victim. So hopefully that will get us closer to Eladrin himself. As far as getting in to see him through our ambassadorship and discussing diplomatic intricacies of this war, I don't think that we're going to get an audience with him, especially with Solana, the one heading the front of that and always going to probably cut us off.
We have guards posted outside of our door, correct? Like we're
Yes.
not prisoners, but we're guarded. We're
Yes.
being observed.
Escorted.
Yeah. Did we see like servants or like could I call for fresh towels? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. No, there's a like a bell system in your room.
Okay. I believe that maybe we should speak to some of the people who are privy to some of the social elements within the empire and the castle. So maybe we speak to some servants and we see if perhaps there is another person that might give us the okay to go see Eladrin the Immortal that is not Solana. Someone that, an advisor or a pasha of sorts that could get us access, kind of backdoor around her.
We
Or-
need an ally.
Yes.
Other than your mother, we need an ally in the court. Maybe that's good if you work the servants. I mean, and then Valymr,
Ding-a-ling-a-ling.
with whatever information that Siraj gets, maybe you can take that approach as the noble one here of the correct lineage. Or
There
race, I
is
guess.
another angle that is possible potentially. Eladrin had 3 daughters, and one of them is still alive. We could try and talk to, am I saying this right? Selena?
I think so.
Selena?
I think so.
I don't know where she is, but she would potentially be another way to achieve getting closer to Eladrin.
That's a great idea. I mean, anything's a good idea if it gets us moving forward. Except for stabbing people. You can't do that.
Yeah, no, would that be
Yeah, Selena.
Selena? Okay.
Well, you would know that that particular house. Actually, just make me a quick history check, Valymr, of where they might be.
Can do. 23.
Yeah, you know this. So that would actually be the direct liege of your mother, because the whole sort of left side peninsula of the Elendor Empire, you know, it's like kind of it's almost like horseshoe crab, but that spined peninsula from the top of the road down towards the edge of the Bay of Gourd, that is all that individual family's duchy.
Right.
And you are underneath it, so quite literally.
Where does she? Is she? She wouldn't live here in the castle. She would have her own holding.
Yeah, she'd be probably at one of her holdings, especially like, because yeah, you're in a different duchy.
What city would she be mainly in?
I am
The
getting you
Duchess
that.
Hub.
I'm getting you that information right this second.
And is it just the peninsula and south? Like Umerion T would be like the northernmost part of her domain?
It's yes. I believe so.
Siraj, which servant did you call? Which cord did you pull?
This one here, the red card.
I was just making sure you didn't pull all of them.
Oh,
So,
I
okay.
didn't I don't know what the color card system was. I'm actually colorblind. I rang the gray one.
I didn't know if you started playing with them as they started swaying after you pulled them. I just didn't want servants running around for us.
I do. No, I'm just kidding. I did pull the leftmost cord, if that matters.
There's only one cord.
Oh.
But
I was thinking there was like
Statement
one
is
for the
still true.
kitchens, one for
It is the
you know.
leftmost cord
Yes.
and the rightmost cord.
So, Valymr, it's the city right on the tip of where the gates of Halcyon are, the Bay of Gold sort of thing. Which is Olarionka, I believe.
Yeah, that's southernmost. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Right at the tip is where their power base is. They have many like homes and holds. But yes. After about 5 minutes, you do get a little at the door.
5 minutes, very, very slow for a.
Yeah, seriously, this is a royal castle. I'm gonna speak to their manager. No, I opened the door and I'm like, please, come in.
Yeah, you open the door and there's about a 5'8", long silver blonde haired, half elven girl. That you open the door to.
I'm gonna say in Elvish, "Hi, please come in. Just want to ask a few questions if you're okay with it."
I'll do my best, she says in Elvish, and then I do speak common as well. Just
Oh, thank
Perfect.
Bahamut, because I don't speak Elvish, unfortunately.
it might be a case of they had to try and find the one servant who does speak common, just in case.
Fair.
Please, come sit. I am not used to having servants, so I do not know. I have some little snacks and drinks to offer you. Is there anything I can get you while you're here?
I'm Valymr. This is James. This is Araj. What's your name?
Helena. She's like she looks at the snacks and drinks, just like, and then looks to the open door where the guards are like,
Oh, I closed it. No, I'm
Oh, okay,
closing it
okay.
behind her.
oh, okay.
but in a
she-
non-threatening way.
Okay, she takes the drink and the stack and then kind of sits on an ottoman that's just like, actually it wouldn't be called a shalong. I don't know. It's something that's
An Atrian.
some sort of. What do we?
No,
I don't mean
I'm going to sit
It'll
on
be
the
an
benumdum.
She sits on
You can have the,
No, that's
you can have the comfortable chat. No, over here. Over here.
This word's version of a bidet.
A
Please, do that.
chair. She sits on a chair.
She sits on
Yes, I usher-
comfortable surface
Maybe
and
that's
is
a
kind
rare
of puts the
bit of bread.
what she gets like the bowl of nibbles or whatever it is you get, puts it on her lap and then kind of both hand holds the drink. It's okay, but it's kind of my job to serve you. It's in the title servant. But just like,
Are
I'm
you
not
not
gonna shirk it.
afforded? Yeah, are you not afforded any union breaks or?
We get breaks. We're treated fairly. I'm just normally when people ring the bell, it's not so that I can go on a break. It's so I do my job. But okay.
Well,
We do things differently.
you are a valued member as to the goings on within this castle, and we appreciate what it is that you do as the foundation of what goes on here in the capital. That being said, I am new here, and I have a few questions about just the overall structure. Who is your boss, and who do you report to?
Oh, well, I report to Dathina. She's the head of house. And she services the lord and lady of the castle.
And how do you feel about the lord and lady of the castle?
Oh, I adore the lady.
Insight?
Yeah, I would like to
Sure.
insight check that as well, because the omission of not the lord of the castle is very interesting.
Well, generally, wouldn't servants be kind of split?
Straight 13.
I got a 19.
Is the servant also like acknowledging my existence, or am I being ignored still? Like
No, she's
the other-
acknowledging you.
Okay, so it's just people of upper status that highbrow that
Yeah.
turn their nose to
Quite
me.
possibly.
Is there such a thing as
What's
passive insight?
passive? No. Not well. Yes, but normally I would go with that in my own descriptions, and that would be classing your passive insight. She looks kind of like hesitant with the questions in terms of she's not really sure how to answer, and it could be the fact that the person who's the de jure liege of this castle is Solana the Black, the Lady Protector of the Empire. So she might be like, the walls might have ears. I don't want to get fired.
Can
So,
you
it's hard to
write
tell.
and read? Are you
Yes,
literate?
I am. I'm literate. Yeah.
Look at this cool drawing I made, and I'm trying to make it very obvious that I'm like saying words out loud if we are being listened to, but then on a sheet of paper I would like to write a note to her. Like, this is like classic, like your apartment's bugged and you're trying to let your
I know it,
NSA
okay.
agent know that you're not onto them, but you are.
Yep. She just
and-
puts on the gramophone and.
Yeah, so in the note, I want to also stack on top of it. I will write down, and I will stack on top of it 20 gold pieces. And I will, on my note, just say, this gold is for you. Thank you for your help. We would like to know if there's anyone of status that we could speak to besides Solana the Black in regards to state matters? And I kind of, push it over to her in that, very, gangster,
She reads it and she goes, "Oh, this is a lovely drawing. I didn't know that you were such an artist." Asking for the pen.
Yeah, oh yeah, I hand it all over, yeah.
This is wonderful. I really like the colours. So, did you all need anything? Any fresh linens or?
Yes, please. It would be very helpful for us. As you can see, lots of hair I shed everywhere, and I wouldn't want to make a mess in your master's beautiful castle. So if you also have a dustpan and mini broom, I am quite partial to milk as well. If you could bring me some fresh cream from the kitchen, and I just try to fill the void with chitter chatter while she responds. Lovely weather today.
Okay.
What was that?
Give me a quick
Must have been the
performance
wind. Shit.
Could you also possibly bring a violin or some small stringed instrument? I would prefer to just play around and practice a bit.
I will see.
22!
Love that. Okay. 22. Yeah, amazing.
I start monologuing. Some
She
bardic.
writes. She writes on the letter in the reply. You should try to talk. You should basically. I'm gonna summarize it. You should try to talk to someone called Gwayir Fainan.
Gwayir Fainan. Does she give any context on that?
He used to be the ambassador for the Eladrin Empire in Rien.
I will respond. Thank you.
There's more.
Oh, sorry.
He's currently living at his house in the port of Isran, which you will remember is the large military port that you all saw Gourd Tree get removed from the ship on.
Yeah.
And where you first caught glimpse of Valmyr's mother's coat of arms.
I will respond, thank you. And I will put another 10 gold on the thing. So now that's 30 gold. It's probably more than she makes in a year, but whatevs.
More than she makes in 2.
But I will also ask, will you be our eyes and ears and forewarn us if we are not safe?
She nervously kind of... I will get all those things for you.
Thank you. Would you like a hug? I don't know if that's inappropriate for a working condition, but if it makes you uncomfortable, it's okay.
If that's what your culture dictates. She doesn't know how to handle this situation.
I will curtsy her and then give her a loose hug and then slip another 10 gold in her pocket or apron or something. So she's up to 40 gold on my watch.
Okay. The
I'll go to the...
Yeah, I've got to try.
I'll go to the door and hold the door open for
Sure.
her nicely,
Her
and then
taxes
I'll
just gone.
I'll present a gold piece out as she walks through the door and say, "Thank you very much," so that there's presentation.
Yep, sure. Yeah, and she's like, I just had to make a slight hand check, and you just hear subtle jingling as she leaves. 40 gold pieces in an apron. Just
41.
to fucking go.
41.
It's fair.
40 in the apron, 1 in the hand.
Yeah. And she's like kind of. She gets like halfway down the corridor, and you just hear it. Like the little subtle like step. He keeps going. But yeah, I'd put out the spelling of that.
Thank you.
As well.
While we have a sheet going, since she made a whole thing about the walls have ears, I will write a note to Valymr and James and just put how feasible is it for us to get to the port of Isra? But I will say out loud, boy, these pillows are very fluffy.
So, for your knowledge, the port of Isran is like essentially the port town attached to Noxodanis. Essentially, like so, it is the port that would supply this castle. So, if you think this is like the inland main thing, Isran would be it's like 20 minutes down the road, if that kind of thing.
Yeah, I'm more asking, like, especially to Valymr, what, like, do we have free roam? Are we able to go to this? Like, would we need an escort? Would we need, are we allowed to go there? Like, I'm not really sure what the etiquette is here. I'm not. The last time I spoke to royalty, I cursed him out.
I'll go talk to the guards real quick. And open the door. Excuse me, gentlemen. Were your orders to follow us everywhere and stop us from going into any certain places, or do we have some free roam in our spare time? I guess the poor word would be tourists? Go see some attractions?
It would have to be arranged.
If I hear this struggle, can I go and do the whole translate thing?
Sure. Yeah, no, it would have to be arranged. It's not something that we can. You're currently at a major military base, so you'd have to have at least escort, and if you were to go further into the Empire, whilst it's feasible, you would need to be given some sort of escort.
I wasn't
Basically,
sure if you gentlemen...
We need a good reason, not just tourism.
But tourism's fine. It would be okay, but it would be like it's not unusual for an ambassador to tour the nation that they're visiting, but it wouldn't be on your
They need
own.
approval.
Yeah.
No, that's why I was asking the guards. Are you ordered to follow us everywhere, or like are you going to stop us from going to certain places? Like,
I mean, they're not going to follow you into the toilet, but they'll stand outside.
yeah.
Yeah.
But are they
mean,
going
they
to
could
stop?
come
Like,
on
if
in.
we started to take a walk off to Ishrin, because you said it's 20 minutes away. If we just started a walk to Ishrin, would they stop us, kind of thing, or do we have the ability to just roam like that with escort?
If you told someone, it might be okay.
Okay.
I think it's definitely something we could undertake, but not really feasible for like the first day we've arrived and we've had one conversation.
Fair.
I think
I mean, maybe we just go down to like the food court or something. Start small.
that's probably fine.
See where we're allowed to go. See who stops us, sneers at us, that sort of thing. See if we
Perhaps-
get ushered in a certain path.
You would like to look at the overall health of the population and be a traveling doctor to do health checkups. Make sure that the disease has not already spread.
It's true, I don't have much first-hand with a patient knowledge of this disease, so that would be a good idea.
Okay. With that, I'm going to quickly zoom out of the Team Eladrin and leave you guys to discuss things in the background, whilst we zoom into the future and also into our the rest of our party. So Breton and Ruby, you stayed the night at Breton's father, and then did you already rejoin with Zep at the skyship, or are you still in Egelanfoss right now? I can't quite remember where we left you.
We had gone to bed that night.
Yeah, I knew you were staying the night, but I don't know if we had gotten to the rejoining or not the next day.
No, I don't think we'd gotten to the next day yet.
So, you spend the night at Breton's familial home, and you wake up the next morning. Is there anything you'd particularly like to do in the town, or anyone you'd like to talk to?
No, I imagine. My character's just there right now. I imagine that the next morning, considering everything that happened, Breton's not like trying to rush himself out, but he realizes that there's more things that they have to do. They are on a timetable here, so he would say his goodbyes to his father. Promise that he would not take so long to visit again. A very traditional thing that you would say. He's also going to give him a lot of money. In that regard, it's pretty much all the money Breton has on him is 80 platinum pieces, and just basically tell him you're never going to have to worry about. I wouldn't worry about having to worry about affording postage anytime soon.
Oh,
Oh, you're taking it. There's no discussion on this.
No, right. Right.
I'd say send me letters as well, but the big issue of flying around is that we're never in the same place for very long. So again, part of the issue, but we'll see what we can do.
Is there somewhere I can send stuff that you would make it easier to pick up?
Breton will kind of furrow his brow for a second. You know, past 6 months that we've been traveling, I don't know if we've stayed in any one place or gone to any place more than once. So, if we find a place, I'll send you a letter from there.
I like that. I'd like that. He goes to say something and then kind of just pauses, puts his hands on your shoulders, and then essentially goes in for a hug.
Breton will give him another hug.
Yeah.
Hopefully this whole nasty business will be settled before too much longer.
Yeah. You'll have to tell me about it when you save the world.
Yeah. Not really the life that you ever thought somebody might end up living, just leaving them to squire. But
The world's a funny thing.
I think about it a lot, actually. All the knights of the Chevalant, how many of them realized when they were young or growing up or attaining knighthood, how many of them are one day going to be these legendary figures that were remembered throughout time. These stories, they're not something that you seek out, they just sort of happen to people. The ones you remember are the people who rose to the occasion.
Yeah, well. It's, I'm proud of you.
And, I'll keep trying to be worthy of that.
You've always been worthy of that. Now, go on. You don't have to spend more time with my old creaking bones. You got things to do.
Breton will also, he's going to take the spare sword, the one that he always uses in his offhand, the standard +1 sword,
Yep.
and he's just going to set it on one of the racks on the wall and say, I'm not going to be needing this because obviously he takes the actually I'm not sure how we pronounce this specifically. Ensign.
The new sword.
Yeah.
Uh,
Ensign. I just read it as like, you know what? The more that I say that, I'm just gonna see it as Ensign.
Hold on, I can't remember what I called it. If I'm honest, I need to open the sheet for it. I'm looking for Breton. It's bloody Zedaar.
Zedaar, yeah, you've never changed it.
I think it's Ensign.
Ensign, okay. Because he'll take that and he'll tuck it away the same way as he had the other blade tucked away and said, I'm not gonna need that one, I don't think.
Anglo-Saxon for giant.
Sure. Interesting that a very similar word is now just a shrink in the most militaries, but sure. And he'll turn to Ruby and say, "Well, is there anything else? Anything we're forgetting?"
I think so. Thank you. She'll bow, lean over, give him a hug.
He hugs as well. Oh, thank you for dinner. It was best meal I've had in years.
I'll make sure he comes home.
You do that.
And I think with that, they leave again in Volse and they make their way back down to Modwin.
Okay, you begin the climb down. Zep, you have been introducing Kettle to the ship and also finishing off a lot of the mercantile business, and also did you want to do more research while you were there, or what was your plans?
I think having someone interested in airships and a captive audience effectively, Zep would have just stayed indulging in that.
Fair enough. Honestly, fair enough. Yeah, okay. So it's probably late morning when Breton and Ruby return to the skyship.
And over here you can see that these cables hold the giant air balloon up, and if we adjust the way that the cables are framed, then we can also adjust the way that the balloon behaves, and therefore change the patterns of flight.
Are we giving tours, Zep?
Right.
Ah, you have returned. We have found one who is interested in the dynamics of flight. Seemed quite interested in following with us.
Gives a little
Hi there, yeah.
wave.
Okay. And I trust that you did explain to them the potential dangers of the situation.
Ah, yes, of course. Dangers. There might be dragons at times.
Okay.
Explosions, bombs, people
And also
taking
the
over the
potential of
ship.
just flying into a war zone.
All right.
Insight check. Is that how much? Like, is this like how much is this bothering them? Actually, no. Let's just roll the insight check. See what I got. I got a 9. That's probably not enough to notice anything.
Okay, actually.
I was just curious. Like, is this how much is this bothering them versus like how much are they still just excited to fly?
Oh, was it a 9?
Yeah, I got a 9.
Yeah. Probably hard to read.
Sure, they're
Hard
taking this
to
really well
read.
for everything.
They're taking this hard. Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess technically that would be so you would actually see through it. It's okay with it. Definitely was just nodding along to Zep beforehand. Zep was talking.
What's your name?
Okay.
Oh, it's easy to remember. I'm Ruby.
Hello. Again, just to reiterate, no.
Yeah, it's just coming from the like the box on the throat. It's just that's what Bretton's like.
Thank you.
Don't suppose. Do we need an explanation for how that works, or is this just something that's like it's just how it is?
This is how I talk.
Kay is able to manipulate some kind of mind waves, which are then picked up as a transmitter through this device, which then uses a diaphragm, converting those mind waves into what we can hear or vocalizations.
That.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, that all that. Whoosh.
Yep, that's
I
exactly.
understood.
Yeah.
They have trouble
Yeah.
speaking on their own. This box fixes that. I'm on board.
Zep fixed it for me. Or, no, she uses Dr. Skyspan.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You're a doctor.
Yeah, he does that.
Why did we never know you were a doctor?
I guess it never came up amongst all of the other
Literally the
titles.
first
All this
thing-
time we never knew.
Literally the first thing you told me.
I have a doctorate from the Aeronautical College at Rashin, or a doctorate in aeronautical engineering.
Not one for formal titles on the ship, to be fair.
No.
But still, it's a prestigious award. Anyway, time to pick up the next leg of our journey.
We need to find teleportation sequences in Modulin.
Yeah. We're going to go home for a little while. Oh, Zep. And she'll pull out pastries. It's several a bushel of baked goods just for him.
Zep eagerly takes them.
He's remember to eat something.
From time to time.
Let's hope
After
next
all,
time-
how will I grow to be big and strong?
Braun chuckles.
Oh,
Brent's not super familiar with gnomes, but he was under the impression that Zep was already pretty big and strong for his people.
I think he's about average height, but yeah, he is stronger.
Anyway, we were Modron. We need to go back into the Modron's library and see if we get a teleportation sequence.
How much longer is the Skyfire going to be staying in port here?
The trader will be done by end of day today. If you want to wait for them to finish conducting business.
Was it a library in Modron you needed to get the information from, or from here?
Yeah. No, in Modulin.
You are in.
Is there a library?
Yeah, we are in
Mod-
Modulin now.
We stopped
Right.
at the skyship first.
I was thinking we were in Norwis. You would say Norwiki. Yeah, okay.
No,
We're in Modron.
we are.
No, we were going to find a teleportation sequence
Yep.
in Modulin that could get me closer to Othray.
But obviously, if we can't do that, then we may need a ride somewhere. Which might complicate things, but
I think we
That's
can
why-
make it work.
if we have by the end of day, then that gives us time to figure out what we can find out, and if we can play it by ear till then. But anyway, we may not see each other for a while, so Zep, here's hoping by the next time we meet, we've settled a lot of these affairs and things are looking better.
I would hope so. Just to confirm, where is it we are eventually meeting and when?
Seat.
Seat.
I think 2 weeks.
Is that doable in 2 weeks?
We might want to check in with the
I
others.
want to check with DM on that one, though.
Depends on how long you want to actually physically stay in Reshin for. Because you're, probably about 3-4 days max to Reshin from where you are now. And then it'll be from Reshin to Seats about 3-4. I think as well.
So that's
'Cause
a
essentially-
week.
Hold
Travel.
on. It was 10 days. That's okay. No, you're slightly further away than I remembered. Pull up a map. So yeah, it's probably like 4-5 to Reshin, and from Reshin about 6-7 days to Seat.
Let's say 3 weeks to be safe then.
Because
Because I would like to do a little bit of trade on the way so that we can make sure that we have whatever financial reserves we need.
Very well. Give Joanna my love.
You should probably update James with that. We should keep a nice timetable for all of us.
And we do need to
I
find out what's
have a
going
way
on,
of
how they're
doing
doing.
this.
We did receive sending stones that connected the three of us, didn't we?
Yeah, but we're a
We
week
do.
into the future right now, so
Yeah.
So in a week, you'll get a notification that we'll see you in 3
Yeah.
weeks.
So in a week, you'll get a notification that we'll see you in 3 weeks. Fair enough.
All right, we'll see you guys in a month.
Yeah.
Tech time skips in our future.
Wibbly wobbly, timey wimey stuff.
Okay.
How did we get so much farther ahead than them?
Because it
weren't
took you
here for
10 because it took you 10 days to travel, they've done 1 day of roleplay in that time.
I thought they were farther into the Electron Empire than we were.
Oh,
They
we
arrived
got
like
kind of
12
expedited
hours ago.
there as ambassadors. So.
Yeah, we teleported from the front line to Noxidon.
Ah, you teleported. Okay.
Even though like Noxodonis is like as frontline as you can be in the Electron Empire, they're not in the Empire proper yet. They're trying to connive their way in.
Clearly, the Empire extends from
Not connive.
my home to Legrungsland, right? That's
anyway.
We're trying to diplomatically work our way.
Take under
further.
tunnels that way. Be like 3 times the journey. But technically, Legrungsland also is the like main entrance to the Underdark for that side of the continent. So
That's where the crystals come from.
Do you imagine any vendor here would have a phoenix feather?
Could Kay make a roll, as she is been in this town for
Sure.
about a week, and she has keen mind, and would definitely be looking out for high-priced objects.
sure, yeah.
Why would Kay be
Uh,
looking for high-priced objects?
What do I need to roll for that?
Keep in
Some
mind,
people
nothing.
take window shopping.
Nature check.
Very
to
serious
see
topic.
if you know what a phoenix feather is.
That's true. It's true.
That's true. Just a flat nature check?
Yes.
Okay. 14.
You don't know
Flash
if
of
you've
genius. 19.
You don't know if you've seen a phoenix feather, but you do know of an arcane practitioner store that you got unsurreptitiously
That I was chased out of?
Yes.
Yes.
I believe we've already used encourage not to return to.
Yeah. Which is run by an individual called Chen Jun.
I convey that there is a practitioner inside of town that may or may not have those kinds of objects.
Thank you. Okay. Julie, go to Breton.
Yeah, so we may not see each other for some time, but it's hoping again everything's settled. And nice to meet you, Kay. Hope everything works out for you. Zep, Braun, and then
See you in 3 weeks. I hope
See you in
that
3
your
weeks.
journeys are successful.
Good luck.
Okay. So Breton and Ruby, you make your way into the
We're in Chenjun's.
into Mojwen.
Yeah.
And after a while of searching in the artisanal district, you do finally see a shop that says Chen Jun's.
When my father did the ritual, part of it was trying to remember the entire thing. It was a bit of a mess back then. But I know specifically that a phoenix feather was a part of that ritual. Along with a chalice in my blood and some other things. I'm wanting to find out what ritual that was.
uh-huh.
You're giving me a look.
Well, my immediate concern is you're looking to get all the things that your father was going to use to presumably summon a very powerful extraplanar being. And you know how
She's
that
not
works.
extraplanar. She's here. But yes,
is
no.
From the extra planes, therefore she is extraplanar, even if she is here.
The problem I'm having, soul, me, and whatever this burning bomb inside of me happens to be, is I don't know anything about it. I can't commune with Caloris to any real extent because she's trapped somewhere. I need to find some way to talk to somebody who has some knowledge of this. It's not like I can go ask my father. Right?
As long as you're not thinking of trying to summon her.
No. She needs a host to inhabit, I think. That's why the choice was so important.
Do you enter the store?
Yes.
Okay. You enter the store and it's kind of it's got like a bay window at the front as well as like thin panels of glass, and you enter. There's books that lie in it. A few cabinets of curiosities, but it's a very dark store. The thing that Breton that you notice first of all though is the door is about double the height of a normal door. At least for this city that is for this city that is mostly humans and dwarves anyway. This is like a good 9-foot clearance on this door.
Not reasonable.
And then you are like, as you walk in, you are met with a thick aroma of spices, and like as someone's cooking clearly.
Hello?
Oh, 1 second. There's a couple of moments, and then from behind a curtain, which apparently leads to another room, you just see this large formed hand with deep grey skin move the curtain back, and then a large ear and trunk follow out as a Loxodon comes in. It's just
have we been here before? Have we not seen this guy?
No, you've never been here before.
Huh. Okay.
No, I strictly remember last time you were in Modgwin, there was a lot of search for Arcana and investigating the city that didn't go very well. And it was like, yes, and you see this Loxodon was it's like a gilded headpiece that's far more regal than the rest of the outfit, because the rest of the outfit is essentially just like sort of burgundy robing, and they've got a load of rings on their fingers, but then they've also got like little glasses towards like halfway down the trunk. And
It was the elephant people, not the hippo people.
Elephant people, yeah. GIF.
Got it.
GIF or
okay. Sorry.
Or hippo people. Yes, elephant man. Elephant person.
Okay, so blink, blink, blink. Hey.
Hello. Welcome to my establishment. My name is Chenjun.
My name is Ruby. And Breton.
Welcome.
Welcome. We are in the market for a couple of magic items. First and most, a phoenix feather, if one is available.
Phoenix feather. He goes, it's like one of those things that he opens a book. No, you said phoenix feather. It's kind of.
Did he forget where it was? I thought elephants never forget.
Well,
Stereotype.
It's just a stereotype.
Listen, in D&D, that's a feat you have to take, and not everybody
It's
takes it.
built-in keen mind as a feat for Loxodon.
No, so look, I mean, they do have better memory, but this, it's one of those things of like he sort of begins muttering like loads of like knowledge almost under his breath, and then forgetting his train of thought, and then picking back up on what he was doing. It's very much he's very scatterbrained individual is what you can perceive.
High intelligence, low wisdom.
Not even that, just more can't keep a good train of their thoughts.
Girl.
Eventually he kind of goes, oh yes, opens a couple of drawers and sort of goes, yes, I've got one.
How much?
He opens a large, like, logbook onto his table. What's it? It's 45 gold pieces.
Yeah, may I? She'll take it.
You feel
Examine
it's
it.
kind of warm to the touch.
All right. What do you have gold? No problem. And she'll start pulling out her satchel. And secondly, a teleportation sequence for Othray, presumably something near Gimri Removal or Ate.
Right. Teleportation. Let me check. Sequence. Third shelf, bottom from the left. It's just instantly starts like pitter pattering around the store. It's like what?
You have an assistant.
I wish. I leave myself notes. Don't worry.
Okay.
Just another 5 minutes or so pass, and then you hear like a whistling of like something on a cooking pot, like, and the telltale sounds of something bubbling over.
She'll go over to help. Oh, goodness.
You go into the back room. You see there's like a little humble kitchen, and there's a cooking implementation that you don't recognize. It's like a large pan over coals with like a big lid on it. Then this is where the aromatic like sort of smell is coming from.
Your pot's boiling over.
Oh dear.
She'll take it off so it doesn't spill.
Thank you. Teleportation circle. And it goes around, and eventually it's okay. I have one for just outside the Cathedral of Ate.
That'll work.
It's about 5-minute walk from there.
Close enough.
The sigil price is 200 gold.
And the ingredients to go along with the sequence?
Oh, you want your chalks?
Yes.
How much chalk do you want? It starts going
Yeah,
through
for
like
10 casts. Just.
infused chalks. So that's 500 gold pieces worth.
All right. It's 50 platinum for that. Another 4.5 for the Phoenix Feather. Just round it up to 56 platinum. Should be enough, I think.
Yes, it sounds about right.
Outstanding, thank you. Before I... No, please, go ahead.
I was going to say, anything for you, sir? You looking for any components, or...?
No, I'm just here, attending.
Right.
You were talking about getting your sword enchanted.
No, he didn't.
No, he didn't?
No, he didn't.
That was us. Okay.
No.
Yeah, I think that was off screen.
Okay. And out of curiosity, I'm something of a novice when it comes to the spells of conjuration and communing with extra entities. I once observed a ritual involving a phoenix feather that could potentially summon a phoenix or something for them to commune with. Do you have any books on that kind of topic or things of that result?
Ooh. Well, I have many. I'm a conjurer myself. I use demons. I'm very proficient with demons. If you're
No, I.
and then he looks towards the obvious paladin and goes, hypothetically.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. No, we'd prefer not to go down that particular route.
Could you narrow it down of plane of existence?
Elendor.
You don't.
She's on Elendor.
Surely that's just a teleport.
Right, but sort of, but not really. It's hard to explain. I've tried to commune with her a few times, and it's like she's trapped in a bubble. So it's on Elendor, but also prisoned. It's weird.
There is if you could see grey skin go white,
I'm not trying to summon her. Not trying to break her out. Nothing like that.
Are you with the guards?
God.
Yeah, I posted that for fun, but I think Brett at this point does have to divine sense to see if there's anything sus in this place that he can feel out.
Are you a cop? Tell me if you're a cop.
Yeah. It's like, you cop? What's you a fed? What's going on?
It's divine sense. Can you list off the things that you sent me?
It's so basically he opens his senses and he detects if there is any celestial fiends or undead or consecration or desecration within.
There's definitely some fiends. Not major fiends, but there's definitely the feeling of a fiend somewhere nearby. Not him either.
Just has some minor ones in the back for ingredients.
I imagine that Brett just kind of looks down at Ruby and says, actually, no, he doesn't say anything, but he just gives her a look. And the posture he shifts to is very much, I was here on pleasure, now here on business.
One moment.
We're not here to disrupt any work.
He takes down the blinds over his window and locks the door and closes down the thing.
Officer Breton got away
Right,
with something.
Breton? We're not here to disrupt anything.
And Breton is just gonna sigh and says, so it's a weird thing, these oaths. Nothing. No, it doesn't require it doesn't require him. There is some wiggle room in the oaths, and he just kind of sighs and says,
It's out of your jurisdiction.
not if everything seems to be fine.
It's for components, officer, I swear.
You want to wait outside, Breton?
No, I really don't.
No. Oh, God.
I swear it's under the legal limit. It's not.
It's only one imp!
It's not. It's not.
I'm just
it's not
holding it
felony
for
amount.
a friend. It's not
It's not a
mine.
felony amount.
I've got a permit!
I didn't know it was an imp. I swear. He said he was a
Medical
gremlin.
licensed. It's medical license.
Yes, this is my medical brimstone.
This is my nervous companion.
I'm lightheaded.
Are you talking about a certain denizen of the elemental plane of fire that might have been trapped here?
Maybe.
One moment. This is it's there's a shift in him. He's gone from being forgetful and scatterbrained to knowing exactly where something is. Almost like what you had been seeing might have been a bit of a mask. He goes up a bookcase and opens and pulls out a book, which you hear and then the bookcase opens like a cupboard. The top half, and there is a row of other books, and also in it there's a little caged imp swinging, who just then smiles at you both, and then waves.
Why did the caged imp sing?
Brett just looks at it like he always knew it was there.
Yeah, it's exactly where that tingling center, just the right direction for it, and you're like, oh, there you are. And he takes down a large book, and it's. Give me a quick. What languages do you speak? Sorry.
Me or
Ruby. Or actually Breton as well.
Abyssal, Common, Dwarven, Fionian, Infernal, and Primordial.
Okay, it's Infernal. Breton, do you speak Infernal?
I do not speak Infernal.
It says it's called Denizens of the New Realm. And this book was dictated by an individual that will remain not spoken about. From his interaction with a demon lord who served under Asmodeus. This archives Asmodeus's first interactions with the denizens of this plane, as it was, way back in the when it was still Dostrous, and how their usage and invasion of said plane came fraught with danger as to the elemental beings that were here beforehand. I could sell it to you.
How much?
Give it to you for... Well, it's quite a rare artifact. It's the only one I know of it existing.
She'll pull out a bag of platinum that jingles with enthusiasm.
I'll do you a deal. Your friend forgets about what he saw, and I'll sell it to you for 500 gold pieces.
She just turns and looks to Breton.
Breton just sighs and says, listen, it's an imp. Unless the imp is controlling his mind, I'm not really concerned with it. At which point, he looks over at the imp. Right? You're not doing anything that you would come to regret, would you, little guy?
What's he say?
The imp just shouts, "Go to hell, not."
Ruby will then look to Breton. He agrees.
Listen, I may not speak Inferno, but I understand subtext.
It's very true.
It's
You're
pretty
very,
aggressive.
you're very
Aggressive.
insightful.
Good. Do you understand my subtext when I tell you that I need this?
Yes, she needs this.
Honestly,
hand him the five-
I feel like Breton wants to do an instant check on the guy, just to know, like, how much is he playing her because of how desperate she seems.
Go and make an insight check.
That's a 21.
There's a little bit of a play, but it's more. It's kind of for the things of like this is an intellectual being talked about by into his favorite field of study. Someone's showing deep interest into something that's kind of cool for him, which is like forbidden knowledge. So he's kind of like, yes, join us. It's a little bit of it's a column A, column B.
Then Breton is just going to lean down and speak to Ruby and say, actually, no, I have no idea what language this guy would speak, so he is going to use Ignan, because Ignan is a part of Primordial, I know it would be understands. And he's just going to murmur and says, listen, if you're going to do this, at least try and haggle with them. And then Breton will just kind of politely make his way towards, like, the other end of the store and just browse the wares.
Haggle. That's something I don't do. I grew up with money. There's price and I buy it.
At which point you just hear from this from the store, I know!
Can I get a deal?
Considering your friend is going to forget about what he saw, and that you're also buying another large amount from me, I will. Let's call it 450.
For the book?
Yeah.
Plus the other things, it's 54, so 554 gold total? Or, no, sorry, 504 gold total.
No, you've bought 500 gold's worth of chalk as well.
Chalk.
So it'd be 1,000.
You're at 90. What was it? It was
1,000?
45 for the feather.
Yep.
450 for that, so that's 99.50, and 500 is 99.50 or 99.5.
Yeah.
I have 400 platinum.
So you're 5 platinum short of 1,000.
Yeah.
Or 5 gold short of 1,000. Sorry.
Yeah, five gold short of 1,000 essentially.
Okay.
100 platinum.
100 platinum? Okay, done. Just hand him the 100 platinum.
And he gives you 5 golden change. Is there anything else? Is there anything else?
He looks around for a minute, just kind of surveying his items.
It's got there's a lot of books, a lot of like minor like magical components. There is a quite featured in on the desk in front of you. There's like a nice crystal ball, and the shelf. What there's like behind you, like you see like something goblet shaped, but it's been covered over with like velvet like throw.
I should point to that thing that's covered.
He like whips it off, and it's like a nice gem encrusted chalice, as per the one you might require in a hero's feast.
Huh? Can't guess that yet. Wait, I can make that. Sort of. I don't know. Breton, need anything?
No, I don't think I do.
Is that the only circle you require as well? That was the other thing you bought, 200 gold circle.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So,
So
what else do you have?
it'll take that 5 gold back. You
20
need
more
to
platinum.
Yeah.
Yeah, 20 more platinum.
well, it's still
how
5
much-
gold back. It's just 20 more platinum.
Yeah, it's just 20 more platinum.
How much, what other sequences do you have now that I'm here?
Oh, I've
So
got...
what's your catalog?
I can get you most places in the globe. I've traveled a lot in my youth. I'm from the Azdakian Caliphate, but normally myself, so I can get you there. I spent a lot of time in Kaiteng. I've got transit to there. I've worked with many places in the Rien, as we are now. I don't.
Do you have anything? She looks at Breton for a moment. In the Eladrin Empire.
Yes, but it comes as a premium to Rianians.
What if it was for a noble cause that I might have to rescue friends who might get themselves in trouble? Also, I'm not Rianian, I'm not Athelian.
I struggle to tell the difference in Western humans. I do apologize.
You will speak fluent Fionian at that point. Just, I am from Athel.
He shakes a rattle and just you see a spell cast from it. Oh. Okay. I have a couple for the Eladrin Empire.
Mm-hmm.
They are rather public, though.
I have no intention of going there unless absolutely necessary, so...
Yes, and there's a good chance that you would not make it out of the teleportation house.
That's the idea. But, you know, just in case. I ever had to deliver something that might, you know, cause them a problem, if you know what I mean.
Breton mumbles under his breath, and there's the premium again.
Like a plague. Teleported plague. So Kaiteng would be really nice too.
Kaiteng I can definitely sort.
Watch me make Zeppa relevant. She grins a little bit. Actually, it's going to be really frustrating for him because he has to take the ship everywhere. We could just go ahead of him. He really needs to get somebody else who could take the ship from A to B. Have we hired somebody else who's a new captain yet?
Yeah, it's not the fact that he doesn't want to take the ship. It's the fact that you have two of the seals of
Obscene
Elendor
wealth.
on there. Is the actually
And also,
the
we
main
did
one.
just get boarded.
Yeah. May I consider that we spend some time? I know it's a lengthy endeavor, but putting a seal on the ship. Not a seal, a circle.
Oh,
Uh,
that would take me, a year's worth of time?
Yes, or an absorbent amount more wizards to cast it.
Got 2,000 wizards handy in this house?
I don't know.
Everything to bring up with Zep if we were to hire a wizard to do it as a in-house thing.
Contracted wizard just living on board. Well,
It's got tool belt.
I have. Okay, so he lists off.
I mean, Anton may be looking for work.
So he's going to list off some cities that he has circles to, and you can just tell me if you're interested in any of them. They have different prices, I think, to them, but we'll cover that in the break. I will just send you the list, and you can yay or nay them later. Hey, come here a minute. Do you need royalty-free music for your TTRPG content, whether that be a YouTube video, stream, TikTok, Instagram post? Don't worry, we've got you covered. My name's Alex. I've been a content creator for almost a decade now, and I've teamed up with my good friend Harry to produce 10 royalty-free songs for you to use in your content completely for free. We've tried to make a whole range of motifs with this album, covering happy music to sad music, to mystery music to combat music. And if this takes off, you know what? We might even make some more. So give the Elendor Chronicles soundtrack Volume 1 a shot. It's free to stream everywhere, and if you want the high quality downloads, you can come over to our Patreon and download them, or you can contact me directly at tabletop@themidgemansworld.co.uk as a creator, and I'll just give it to you for free. That's it, there's no catch, and just to prove it, we've also given you guys a user license agreement to prove that you have the complete perpetual rights to use this content. So enjoy, and good luck on your next adventure. Oh, good day. I'm Martin Sanderson, and I'm the CEO of Avari Military Solutions. We here at Avari know that it doesn't take much to cause problems out on the frontier, whether that be from local pirate raids, neighboring interstellar powers, or even just an unhappy populace with unreasonable demands. Just what is a small to mid-sized regional power to do when faced with these problems? You look to Avari for your solutions. With open-ended contracts, well-trained personnel, state-of-the-art aerospace forces, and competitive rates, we stand ready to help find the right solution to your problem. So if you have a problem, why not call Avari for your solution? Our operators are waiting to take your call, and consultations are free of charge.
Avari Military Solutions, a solution for your problem.
Avari Military Solutions is not licensed to operate within the Kark and Dre Baronies, the Andes Corps, or any Class A combat zones. AMS is a subsidiary of Omni Radiance Holdings, a family company.
When is a story more than a story? When a tale is more than words on paper? When is an ad more than the script it's written on? In the darkest and deepest annals of our own history, worlds of wonder and splendor burst through like a blister made of hope. From the brain that's rattled and riddled with madness, a radiant pustule. Writing, art, that's storytelling. That is the true lust of life. You too can dutifully indulge in art. Like fans of the greats. Shakespeare, King, Tolkien, Seuss, Mercer. You too can indulge through Twitch Prime. Get an extended access to a wealth of knowledge with a simple click, an emotion so small that it could endlessly amount to possibilities. Embrace those feelings. Support art. Support the component cast.
speaking of, Zep, we need to contact Zep. We can probably hire a wizard that he can contract to just do a sequence for the Skyfire. She says, looking to Breton.
Why
I
do
had
I
a
feel
great
like I
idea.
suggested this already?
It was a great idea. Anyway, thank you. I'll be back. All
I
right.
just feel like Breton just like puts like a secret little sigil somewhere like that only he can see, and he goes, "I remember. I'll remember this."
He'll just remember. It's fine.
Yeah.
Listen,
No, it's-
how hard would it be if you just go to Maj and it's like, yeah, I'm looking for the shop that's run by the Loxodon. Oh yeah, no, that place. It's right over there.
He's gonna do one of these numbers.
This is how I imagine. I don't know if I'm going to be able to find a photo of it, but I'm going to try and find a photo. This is how I imagine, like, when Breton comes back. Just the shop, just. It's a very antiquated reference. If anyone can tell me what film that is, I will be very impressed.
Flew right past me.
Anyway,
Is it a series of unfortunate events?
No, close. Kind of relatively the same time period.
The Golden Compass.
No.
Charlie and the Chocolate Factory.
Yes. It's
I was
the,
saying
it's
that
the Johnny Depp version where Count Dooku's his father, and he goes to do a thing and eats caddy, and then the fucking dentist shop is just fucking gone from where it was.
Did
meant
you just
to be.
refer to Sir Christopher Lee as Count Dooku?
He did.
My brain. Yes.
Okay.
Sir
I mean,
Christopher Lee. So I'll use his proper title, King Charlemagne.
That is
Saruman,
correct.
Saruman.
Yes, that is correct. That album was amazing. I do have a copy of that album.
Yeah.
All right, Breton. Ready to go?
I'm singing about spilling the blood of Saxon, man.
I'm not sure if there's anything else we need to do here. I think we've tied up most loose ends. You would know better than I. Modulin is... You've visited more recently than I have.
And it's where we got Valymr his spear of soul sucking.
you don't know that it did that. That's not information you knew.
A voice says in your head.
And also, the spear had nothing to do with that. I could do that with a fucking knife.
Sure. Anyway, let's go. And she will the sequence for Ate.
Okay.
Right outside this guy's house.
Okay. You just start drawing on the cobblestone streets. People like stepping round you, drawing. So someone stopping is just like, oh, it tips you a copper because he thinks you're doing some sort of like floor art.
Hey, I'm adding it to my inventory. 1 copper from one very nice individual.
And yeah, you teleport off to Arte. Now, Zep and Kay, you finish up. The trader finishes up for the day, and are you setting sail that day? Yes.
I would imagine so, yes. I need to see where it is that we are going to go next.
Didn't you have to go to like Legran's land? Like first?
Yeah,
and
but it is
offload
possible that we
things?
could go via different cities to get there.
Okay, what route would you like to charter?
Ordinarily, I would have gone to Compound, but I have been specifically requested to avoid that, I believe.
I mean, yeah, but you don't have to if it's too much of an issue. But that would be appreciated, yes.
Then I think that we would just do a direct route from Much went to ration.
And it's a pretty direct route from there.
As the crow
Right,
flies.
means-
Well, I mean, you're not seeing the mountains, but yeah.
As the crow flies. Good one.
As the Kenku flies.
No, they're not.
Yeah, no, we hear it. We hear it all the time.
But now you do.
As the K wishes.
Yeah. So,
where is Kay staying in this
Where is
ship?
Kay staying?
Yeah, I'm asking Zep.
I don't think that's something that Zep has even considered.
Cool. Are rooms normally locked?
yes.
Yeah, I would think so.
Cool.
But it's also the kind of thing that Marcus or the Quartermaster would almost certainly pick up on, especially the Quartermaster.
You want to roll it? In our case, just gonna find a room.
Yeah, no. I have a question actually for you, Roach, before you do this. Did Darius leave his room locked?
Oh, shit.
Okay, I'll rephrase this. Did Darius leave his room trapped? As did his sister.
Darius doesn't trap his room. He just has a he just has a magical lock that is resistant to picking.
Yeah.
That he specifically bought to resist his sister.
Yep.
But his sister
Opens it up.
does.
Flashbang!
Yeah, his sister does trap her room,
Yes, she does.
which means it's a ticking time bomb for eventually. Because somebody's gonna have a master skeleton key to every room in this ship. But yeah, whether or not somebody gives her a room or she's just gonna find one.
She'd probably be assigned a room.
A room? Okay.
When the crew are informed that you're coming aboard, you will probably be given one of their quarters. Are you being classed as? Is she being classed as crew, or she's not a company person? So is she being given a bunk?
She probably gets the same as what Pascal has.
Okay.
The apprentice.
Probably guest. Probably part of in the guest.
Are we
room
just
then.
bunking together at this point? then?
Probably. Yeah, you'll probably like berth together in Pascal's room. That probably is
Okay.
most likely.
Okay. That works. No, I always say like, Yeah, no, Kay's being a bad influence. So, and like night after like a full day of lectures or something like that, she just like goes up. She just like sitting on her bed. Pascal just goes, you know, Three Dragon Ante?
No.
Want to learn?
Sure.
You got money?
The wiry late teenager.
It's coppers.
A little bit.
Cool. She proceeds to teach him the basics of the game and like goes through the various steps before he's a smart kid, understands what's going on, and then she goes, cool, all right, we're doing Wretched 7-card stud, white and silver or wild. She just
Right.
shuffles the cards.
Okay. Is it like one of those things that's been very slow and then suddenly it's
Yeah, no, this is her thing.
Okay. Sure. At this point, the ship takes off. And you feel it take off.
Is there a porthole?
So this room, no, it's
in
internal.
in the room. Excuse me. And she leaves and goes up to the deck and just
Sure.
sits on a bench.
You see
It's just like near
the
near the prow.
craggle rocks of the narrow valley form. Give me a ship handling check, Zep, as you try to take off from here in the dangerous zone that it is.
Where did Kay go? Oh, fell off.
That would be a 25. Let's make it a 30 with a flash of genius.
The 25 is more than fine.
There you go.
And with you think like, Kay, you're looking at it, it's like, oh, those rocks are getting awfully close, but this just smooth sailing through as the ship takes off and glides through, and you feel the rush of the air across your feathers and your beak as again the skyship takes the sky in the dull of the evening light, of what little light remains. You do now see the sun setting on the eastern horizon behind you as you travel further west. How does the breath of air feel?
It feels good. Not only is she in the air, but she is also as far away from the law as possible that may or may not know her name. So she's enjoying that feeling as well, and just sits on deck for as long as she's allowed to.
Okay. You are allowed to sit on deck all the time. Or as long as you want. There's no one that stops you.
I'm not sure what her responsibilities on the ship at this point are, what Zep has planned for her. So it's kind of just, she's just going with the flow at this point.
Okay. So, now that the party is split 3 ways again,
You're doing this to yourself.
No, I'm not. I haven't done no such thing. You begin to travel towards Reshin. It'll take you around 5 days before you get there. People at Arte, you actually where you teleport in, you recognize this area. It's a little like sort of roadside, sort of benched, like almost like a bandstand shape thing. And honestly, you didn't notice that there was a teleportation circle here. Like it's very, very faded on the cobbles, and this area just kind of looks like a nice place to sit on the roadside. But you land in.
Hope I didn't just gib anybody.
No, there was no one here. You see, you're like halfway up the hill between Arte and the cathedral.
Okay. So he takes her jacket off. Warm. Nice. We're home, mostly.
This time of year, it's not super hot. It's warmer, but it's still like
Marchwind. The freaking mountains.
Well, Marchwind's quite humid. I like because where it's under the mountain, it's quite warm there.
Okay.
But outside of Marchwind, it's very cold. Gellenfoss, fucking cold. Arte is probably about 12 C. Which is...
That's still nice-ish. 53.
Yeah, 53.
You see, Breton, this is a respectable temperature.
Breton just gonna shrug his shoulders. I find most temperatures to be respectable, but
I believe my mother is staying at my aunt's residence, which is that way. This is going to be awkward.
Breton is gonna take 10 minutes to just summon his horse.
Okay.
Actually, no, we could have just teleported with the horse. He's just gonna have he'll just take the horse.
Yeah.
They're gonna make their way towards their aunt's place.
Okay. Yeah, you trod. You go down the road and you remember where it is, so it doesn't take you too long. When you get to your aunt's, the guard outside instantly, like, sort of drops from his post and runs inside upon seeing you.
Oh no. I have to deal with this shit again.
Well, to be fair, the last time that either of us spoke with her, you were dead.
Yes. That is going to be a little awkward.
And Breton's just gonna give her the look and say, "Please resist to pull the I got better card."
About.
And I imagine Ruby gives an exact face of like, "Did I just get called out? Did you just call me out?"
Making a wisdom saving throw. Natural 20!
Oh man, I felt that. I felt that, Lake. That was good.
She'll sit outside pleasantly and wait. Is there another guard there?
No. It was the only guard stationed. He just fucking went inside, and then like a minute or so later, your aunt appears, and she's like, she looks as though if she's seen a ghost. There's no other way to describe it. There is a dumbfounded look on her face.
And Fionin, hi, Auntie. As you can see, I am not dead.
She dismisses you and looks to Breton and asks in Fionian as well, just, what's going on? My
I understand that this situation may seem itself quite confusing, considering the last time that we spoke with Ruby's mother, it was all. But in this situation, I can assure you this is Ruby. Due to some magical complications and he just kind of gestures idly towards the air, the whims of the gods, Ruby has found herself back in place. To put it into the terms that might be the most simplest to understand, one might say that it is something of a split personality, but emboldened by the nature of magical hampering.
Well, Anrayne,
you may ask her any questions you so
No,
desire.
she
She knows
turned-
everything that
yeah.
Ruby knew.
she's now turned to you. It's just like, I'm going to have to explain this very carefully to your mother.
Is it a head on that?
Come inside. Sit in the living room. I'll go speak to her.
Can I insight just out of curiosity?
Sure.
Uh, 12.
There's a very big hesitancy here.
Next time I'll call ahead. Has the baby been born yet?
Oh, she's gone to check on. He's going to
Oh,
talk to your
yeah.
mother.
We are here alone.
Okay, should look around. And suddenly I feel like I fucked up big time.
To be noted, it's not something that ever came up, but you never actually sent a message to your mother with the opportunity. I guess you never had the ability to do that. That is Soul's expertise. But even Soul never thought to be kind enough to send a message to Ruby's mother that Ruby was alive.
So I understand Soul and my mother spoke, and it was politely, you are not my daughter. Do not talk to me. So hopefully, goes better for me.
This is going to be delicate.
I need to double check the date.
The calendar says the 7th of Deep Frost.
That's wrong.
For me.
That's when you all left. So I am just calculating.
Yeah, he's got to keep track of 3 different dates for 3 different parties.
Oh yeah, it's gonna get worse now that we're separate from the Skyfire, because the Skyfire has travel time now, so they're gonna be even farther in the future.
This is why I made the and you've just teleported, so they're gonna actually be It's this is why I made the flow chart. This is why I made the flow chart.
We're 10 days ahead of the Eladrin, and the Skyfire is gonna be 10 days ahead of us, or wherever it's going.
Yes,
It's going to be interesting getting back together.
Currently, it is the 13th
of
Deep Frost.
Okay. Friday the 13th.
Yes. An
We
auspicious
actually have a
day.
Friday the 13th coming up.
We do.
Hmm.
It's this week, right?
It is.
Yeah.
This week.
On a Halloween. There's also a solar eclipse this month too.
Yeah, and it's
Lot of
spooky
energy.
season. It's a lot of. I'm gonna go rest my tarot cards and sort. I'm telling you, I'm feeling the bad. There's gonna be some bad juju floating about.
Anyway,
Cross your fingers, it'll finally be over.
Not to date this episode anyway. Or the recording of. The eventually your aunt returns. She'll see you, but she's a lot of her strength is going towards the pregnancy.
There have been no complications. There's nothing that is concern. She is well. She is healthy.
She's well past due.
Okay. Then, just me, or is Breton also invited?
Breton is also invited.
Okay.
Okay. You're led up the stairs, up and left of the split staircase, and you are led to the same chamber that
We've seen her in last time.
Yes, I'm trying to work out if it was you or so it was you. Yeah, and she's.
It would have had to have been Soul.
No, it would have been you. The last time.
Oh, no, yeah, it
Sol
was before we
saw her
did the-
was outside the cathedral, so this was before the dad fight.
Mhm.
The first of the many in the campaign.
Ironically, I was also here last time, but I wasn't Breton.
She'll go to the door and politely knock on it.
True, you was Zedaar.
Because Zedaar was the one who met with her as her as a potential midwife.
Yeah, that's very true.
I can go get him now. Wait, nope, he's in Litheria. Nope, can't get him.
Yeah. Didn't buy that
Nope.
side.
He went to the one place you couldn't get him.
That's how it is.
No, okay. You enter and you see your. What's a polite way to describe this? You see your mother in bed. Heavy breathing.
Ooh.
It is. And heavily pregnant. Like painfully so.
Uh-huh.
What? This is either a blessing or cruel trickery, and I am not sure which.
To be fair, as am I. But it is me. The powers that be, confluences of a mother's love, ensured that I did not pass on.
Would you hand me one of the towels? You see there's a bowl with like wet, like towels, like flannel and clean water.
Yeah, she'll go over and pat it in and dampen it and wring it
it's,
out.
It's
and,
cold water. It's like clearly for her brow.
Yeah, she'll pat her mom's brow down.
And she just kind of rests it there. So deep breath out. And then she like looks at you, like the first time kind of opens her eyes and it's just like, I am both pleased and scared to see you.
More one than the other?
I don't know. It is a well-established part of our belief that we all have the power to rebirth, but I've never actually known it to happen as purely as this.
When I died, there was a choice I could have made. Whatever Father did to me was a ritual. It damaged something. And when I died, a cooling hand was reached out to help. And the spirit that you saw before, Soul, was that spirit. She is here now with me. She is still, I think, helping me recover. But I am mostly well now.
Well, I'm glad to hear it.
We Phoenixes, we are hard to kill, huh?
She doesn't respond to that. Well, thank you for visiting. Sorry, I'm not in much better of a state.
Oh, well, I had come to see you and to, well, I had hoped to see my sibling by now, but it appears there's a delay.
Tell me about it. This thing, I wish it would just hurry up already.
You need, help?
All I can do is but wait. This is not uncommon for our family.
So was I late? Was I late?
By about 2 weeks.
Oh, you poor thing.
This little one is getting closer to 4.
That's unhealthy.
Yes,
That's
it
very
is.
unhealthy.
It's
Yes.
the Middle Ages, kind of.
Yeah, the Ruby cannot help but hide the
That's fair. Okay. I mean, feel free to make a medicine check.
Yeah, I mean that's more of Soul's thing than Ruby's, but I will try it. Even casual, yeah, 3. No.
You just wince in pain.
Mother, I do not claim to be an expert in this, but 4 weeks is not normal.
I know. Well, it is I hope they are ready to come out soon. The doctors do not know what to do. They keep trying to take measures, but they will not let them. It is not our way. The child must be born naturally, and that is the way that it should be.
May I?
May you what?
See, just point to her tummy.
Oh, it's hard not to. Our stomach's exposed. It's like, no.
She'll take a hand out and place it on it.
It's very warm to the touch. Like a fire inside.
Mother, did Father do anything that he should not have with me? I know the joke. I know. Actually, no. Laugh. That might start the contractions. It might.
Your father
But
has
you know
not
that-
done. Your father has not done anything other than put me in this state in the first place.
And how about anything else?
Speak plainly, child.
I still don't know what Father did or was trying to do with me. I know it had something to do with Caloris and trying to contact her or breach her through, and that it required the essence of a phoenix.
Yes.
And I never found out who he was working with, other than the Duke of Ate. The cult, whoever he was with. I don't know who they are.
You mean... Do you mean... Do you mean a cult he was working with, or do you mean the family?
When
I
this is Beth remembering. When the ritual was done, it was not just him. There were other people there.
Yes, including your mother.
Yeah. Come on. I don't remember that part.
Yeah.
I don't think Mom was there.
No, she was. The thing that you're there's a slight confusion. There is the direct group that was like the believers in what your family believe in. Your father also had other motives as well with other people that he contacted. One of those groups was a cult, and it is like an exploitation of that. Like,
No, not the family, the cult.
I didn't intrude in your father's studies as much. I know a lot about the family, but there was one man. There was one man that I met who was of... There was a fire inside him that was not normal, not our fire. His eyes pierced with red, and his smile was off.
Hate.
No, not hate. It's conniving. He looked like he could raise a temper, but sinister in the smile. I didn't like him. I didn't allow your father to keep him in the house much longer. It was something otherworldly about him.
Do you know who he was?
He introduced himself as Lord Kenish.
I'll make a history check, see if that name...
Sure, you can do. Breton, feel free to do the same.
22.
and a 16. With a 22, it's a Neanderthalian house from from Ludleys, which is on the border between it's kind of at the foot of the spines on the other side of, so like Modulin would be Renian side, Ludleys is Neanderthalian side, but they're unlanded now. It's not a landed title.
Okay.
It's like where they originated from would have been that area, but they were stripped of title a long time ago, kind of thing.
I've heard the name. Well, I'm going to be in town for a couple of weeks. I would like to be here to help.
By all means.
Now that Sol might be able to help you as well. I know you don't want to speak to her, but your condition has me worried.
Nope, it is okay. Family only.
As you wish.
Breton
like
stands
that.
there very awkwardly.
You are part of the family. Do not.
He didn't say anything. He just
It's
continued
okay.
standing there like...
Breton knows midwifing things.
Breton doesn't know anything about medicine.
Breton is not the medical type.
Okay. Well, I'll be around, probably in one of the day rooms. I have a book to read that might shed some light on Chloris. So, hoping to get some news on that.
Your aunt will set you up with a room. That's totally fine. Okay.
She's gonna stay close, if not outside Mom's room, just in case she can hear anything. But,
Sure. Okay.
but she's gonna spend most of her time reading
Sure thing.
for the next couple of weeks.
Okay. We zoom out and go back in time towards the Eladrin Empire. Team Eladrin, what's the plan? Are you waiting for your next meeting?
I think we would like to do a meeting again with Solana, purely to see if anything has changed with the introduction of like the info about, you know, the whole genocide that we're trying to stop. But in our conversations, or I guess more writing notes back and forth, we'll be talking about like the desire to go and see Gwair Fanon, and we think that's probably a good idea.
Hopefully it's not the one that was on the boat.
The one that Blackjack drowned that was traveling in
Yeah.
Redberry. The one that we were stealing the key from to save Joanna.
Who was that? It would kind of
That's-
be the same one.
I think you find it might be if he's the former ambassador.
Well, we know that he's in Ilran. Isran. So if he's the former ambassador that drowned, he wouldn't really be in Isran unless we go there and there's a bloody tombstone.
No, that would be funny.
He could
I
be
don't
the
think we'll
one
get
that
much out of
took
him.
over from the previous one.
True resurrect him just to make him a tree for failure.
It's
I thought that was heartless.
So,
It is heartless.
you wait for some time. And you pass around your notes until eventually someone... Hold on, sorry, I just saw the streams restarted. Damn it, I was trying to keep ahead of it. You wait for some time until there's another knocking at the door, and the water elf that you saw before, who led you in before. The council has thought about what you said and would like to meet.
Oh, yes, we'll certainly meet. Treliorn, is it?
It is I.
Very well. Yes, we will certainly.
Come.
Before we leave, can we like burn the notes that we were passing between us?
I imagine that I would have wrote on them burn after reading. Like,
yeah.
Why have you all got the fire on? It's so warm in here.
I ate it. I ate mine. I took my notes and ate them.
I'm particularly cold-blooded.
I like the heat. And I point to the horns.
I am a cat. Obviously, I like fire. Oh, is that rude? A water elf comes to visit and we got a fire burning? Is that like bad etiquette? That's pretty unwelcoming, huh?
Okay.
Should have filled the aquarium instead
Now,
for the battle.
I would like you all to make a perception check as you walk down the corridor.
Absolutely.
Ooh, okay.
It's a DC 15. And this will more apply to those who were there for this. So this is leaning on Valymr more so than anything.
17.
Okay. Leaving the Lord Protector's throne room is an individual you recognize. They haven't spotted you yet. But there is a certain naval captain of Dark Elf / Dryder stance, leaving the throne room looking frustrated.
Huh. Okay. I'm going to point out the. Are they actually a Dryder? So like they got the spider legs and everything.
I think they were a Dryder, if I remember correctly.
Weren't they half and half? Wasn't it human top, Dryder bottom?
I think that's what a Dryder is, right?
Or I mean, elf top.
Yeah, that's
Is
yeah,
it?
it's
Sea matron, kill mater.
Yes.
Is her displacer beast there too?
No, not in the throne room.
Okay. That was and I say remind people that she was the Dryder captain on the elf ship that we. They didn't ever see us though, did they? They didn't. We managed to successfully hide from them. So they wouldn't recognize us.
I mean, they probably know us from the Red Berry incident, but considering that they were the ones that had Gourd held captive after that all, and we were originally planning on breaking onto their ship, but never made it that far.
Yes. Exactly all of that information. For such, they were in charge of Retbury at the time.
Yeah. When we went to Retbury as well, they accosted our ship to search it.
Yes.
Right.
Yes,
Okay.
that's right.
Yes.
But I don't think they would, like, she's never seen our faces. As far as we know. Unless there's, like, wanted posters around Retbury or something.
As far as
Yeah. So I'll just, like, nudge them and just, like, eyebrow.
oh, I mean, I go unnoticed anyway, so I'm just gonna kind of keep on going.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna do the hiding my face thing that it seems like
So
everybody else is up.
no one's taking.
They just
I'm not hiding my face. We're asked to go and have an audience with a royal council.
Sure.
I think at this point we're known.
Yeah, you enter. The Drider does clock you.
Yeah, just
And
nod
then
my head to them.
Continues to.
Would Valymr, coming from a family of Lolth worshippers, is there any like special reverence or like are Driders held in any sort of certain esteem?
They're normally higher
For his
class than
family.
you would be.
That's because they've kind of made that bond, right?
Is it like
That's like
a
being almost a
holy
priestess.
person?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
It's funny because in D&D lore it's the reverse because they fail. They get turned in when if you fail.
Really?
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah, that could be just. Me
Yeah,
misremembering
it's a-
the thought.
It's a punishment of Lolth for those who have failed. It's to ensure that
However-
they succeed in the future.
Prior to Salvatore, Drow had a completely different culture and things were way different. So canonically, doesn't have to be that way.
Doesn't matter. It could be either. There we go.
Okay.
Depends on the family more than anything.
God, that's so cool. Anyway, let's keep going.
Okay. You enter the throne room. Again, same sort of cohort of individuals around.
Is there anybody missing that wasn't there from before? That kind of like scoffed at us, I guess.
Not
Or did
scoffed at.
has everybody kind of come back to council, I
A
guess?
lot of people are back. The only person that you don't see return is the individual you identified to be Solana's father. Quite notably, he's not there. Yeah, he seems to be missing, but everyone else seems to be... Maybe it's a slightly different rotation of guards, but outside of that.
I was just caring about mainly the council. I didn't know if
Yes,
anybody was like, screw these guys. I don't want to even listen to them. I don't want to give them a second ear. You know, I didn't know if we had a smaller audience the second time around of
No,
people that
it's-
wanted to hear us
It
out.
seems to be a relatively relatively the same. The keynote would be Solana's father.
We'll, I guess, approach and, or I'll follow suit like we did last time. Approach and bow and.
If this were purely a matter of war, our terms would stand as they were, as I have the executive right over this war, and as Lord Protector of the Realm, I am free to do as I see fit. However, good close counsel has advised that the subject to which you bring to our ears possibly against your own mandate is one that requires a less direct and a more inclusive conversation for the realm. Therefore, my father has gone to the capital and will also be going to the palace to involve the other powers that be. Therefore, I am not at liberty to make any firm decisions right now outside of the length or the protraction of a ceasefire, if necessary. Should you need to return to make counsel with the Rien. Or should the Rien need a U branch of our willingness to hear terms? So I propose a week which the bombardment of Castle Callis will stop before we can talk to allow us to involve the other powers of the realm. I cannot in good conscience make this decision alone. There's like a slight gritted teeth when she says that.
She doesn't like that she's given up power back to Dad.
Question:
She
is she
got the
saying
lead
this
pulled
in
back.
Elvish or in Common? Like, am I understanding this?
She's speaking only in Elvish.
So me and Jibs are
So I think it's one of those things of
We would
Yeah.
have the translator like on the side, kind of.
if
Fair enough,
if Valymr isn't doing the translating, Faithrith is like waiting for the lady to pause and then saying, wait for the lady to pause, and then like translating it for you.
I can as well, but yeah.
Valymr, would you please say thank you for your generosity, oh gracious one? I also would like to ask if during this week of ceasefire, if James may be able to assess the health of the general public and population to perhaps medicine check people to make sure that they are not sick.
gather samples and research data to start that process. The sooner I can get going, the better for everybody, especially since time is of the essence and the plague might get released if we can't come to some sort of agreeable terms.
That I'll translate that into Elvish.
Make a persuasion check.
Oh, okay then. That's a great time to roll with my luck dice. Oh, no! You saw that. You saw that. 14.
Do you want to roll luck again?
Am I allowed to luck on a luck?
I think so.
I mean, if I can use another luck.
What's the feat say?
I don't remember. Can you luck a luck die? Can you roll a luck die? Can
I think it's any
you-
reroll. I'm pretty sure
I
it's
think
any
Lucky
reroll, right?
specifically says once per turn.
I also think it says you have to take the.
Oh, okay.
There's probably a lot of little verbiage
Yeah.
that matters.
If more than one creature spends a luck point to influence the outcome of a roll, the points cancel each other out. No additional dice are rolled.
Right. Okay. So no, you can't. Where were you intending to go?
Ishran, the port city, seems to be at most risk.
It's also close, and it would be easy for you to send a group of escorts with us that we wouldn't be sending far, and we'd also be close for any further discussion of terms in case word comes back to you sooner than the end of the week.
Oh, gracious, majestic, beautiful one.
Your Grace.
I'll do the Your Grace one, not the.
Ishran is a vital military outpost.
You are more than welcome to keep all of my supplies and anything that could possibly be harmful to your citizens that you're worried about here at the capital. I only need a couple of vials, maybe to grab some cultures and tissue samples.
I'm more worried about what you see.
if you would like to have me blindfolded and brought to the individuals' houses one at a time, I'm willing to subject myself to that. This is for the good of the people.
Make another persuasion check, but it's a higher DC.
Is it me as I'm translating, or is it James?
Yeah, I'm saying this is you as a group, so whoever wants to roll it.
I think I probably should be the one. Oh, you absolute
Luck it.
Do you want to roll a luck on that?
luck, yeah.
Two.
I rolled
5,
two
2.
19s in a row earlier. This is the result.
Oh my god, is that the exact same roll?
Exact.
You just went 2-5-2-5. Wow.
Will Wheaton ain't got shit on me.
It's too bad the only person who could speak the local language was Valymr.
Yeah.
I have a
Ruined
plus
the entire
9.
peace
I'm not gonna.
negotiation.
We went
he
to go
might
talk
not
to the
be-
king with the backwoods drow tiefling hillbilly guy, and
Yeah.
he's like, "Yep, what in tarnation, your grace?"
The thing is like, yeah, Ilthran is like the No. I would allow it if it was anywhere along the Royal Road, but not a military installation.
That is fair and makes a lot of sense. Perhaps a stroll along the Royal Road that we may take in your local horticulture.
I am not translating that.
But that's where Gourd is, right? He's along the Royal Road on the
Thing
way.
is, I don't think Valymr doesn't have to translate for us because the Solana understands common, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Valymr doesn't need to be translating for us.
She
He
just
could-
refuses to use common, but
Yeah.
she understands
Yeah,
it perfectly
yeah.
fine.
and she probably
She's
refuses to speak directly
like
to
the
me.
French people when you try to speak French to them and they just answer you in
Yeah.
English and they're just with disdain, just like, I hear what you're saying, but it's such filth. I refuse to acknowledge that you're trying.
I think I've got an example of that, not from France, but I have an example of where that's happened to me in the past. I will say when we're not on camera.
Yeah.
Anytime I try to speak Swedish.
So we've
was gonna
been
say,
next
Sweden.
on that.
No, they're very
But
good
she-
at speaking English to me. It was another.
So she said, but we could take an escort down the Royal Road.
Yeah.
Might you
Basically,
permit
great.
a servant to come with us as well? I have many needs to be attended to.
You will be given proper escort and service. You are
Thank you.
ambassadors. She says in
Thank you.
Elvish, and then it's translated for you.
Yeah,
She's just stuck up and doesn't like speaking common.
that's fair. That's
That's
understandable.
fine. That's fine.
I personally don't like speaking common either. Yeah, I wish
I
she
could
spoke
speak
thieves'
Elvish, I
cant.
would.
Yeah. Hey yo, Queenie yo. I don't say that.
Daddy-o.
Start doing some hand jive.
Well, okay, so
Some jive
Gourd is
talking
either
to
on the
Kitty
Royal Road or may have been moved to the Winter Palace and and taken by the royal family. So
I'm gonna say in Elvish. So you guys, I should inform the Emperor of the Rien that there is a 1-week ceasefire. Is there a possibility that neutral ground can be set up for representatives of both to meet on and discuss at a higher level than what we are currently mandated to have?
Oh, that seems like we're back.
Oh,
What?
did we all?
I
drop?
got
A
you.
bunch of us
Um,
got
okay.
lost for a second there. I think
didn't.
everybody on the American side.
Yeah, it was the Yanks. I heard everything you just said about my own thinking.
Okay.
Are you asking about for the ceasefire?
Well, there's the ceasefire, and I'm
Yeah,
wondering,
because-
is there a?
What are you trying
Is-
to add? Are you asking for the ceasefire, or are you trying to lead on to
Well,
the other topic?
I had the impression that she was offering a ceasefire,
Yes.
and if that is accepted by the Rien, which I'm certain it would be, is there a place of neutral ground that leaders from both can meet and discuss terms? Because we don't have the mandate for that.
I will.
Basically, can Solana and the Emperor of the Rien talk face to face?
Oh God, no.
Fair.
I will send an officer with a white flag to discuss to relay this information, and wait. And he will await for the acceptance, and then we will remain in siege camp and not fire until either there is more news or the week is up. That is what you're getting from me. I am staying my hand.
That is most gracious. Was anything discussed about the threat of the dragons? Is there any movement on that front?
We are failing to see the issue. Whilst we understand that there is a draconic threat, it is one that we have been dealing with handily. And we have not deemed it more threatening than what is already happening. And we are not likely to change that on hearsay.
We have reason to believe that they are seeking the seals of Elendor.
Okay.
Can I insight check that response? Even though I don't speak Elvish, I'm trying to read body language and make sure that we didn't just blow her mind. She's not secretly plotting to murder us in our sleep. Just how did she handle that? Because she seemed nonplussed, but that's a very plus 19.
She had no idea what you just said.
Oh. Your dad would know. I don't say that out loud though.
So she doesn't. Well, I wouldn't catch that, I guess. She would catch it.
She's like, I don't know what that is. Okay.
This may be pertinent information that your father may understand. No, that sounds mean. That your father may have some insight to as well.
Do you mean her father or her grandfather?
Grandfather.
Grandfather, sorry.
Okay. Because I was going to say, her father was stood there for a minute. I was like, what the?
Yeah, no, her dad doesn't know shit. He's
married into the family. So.
Yeah. It's not even a true bloodline man.
My father has been told to report on what you said, but I see a little issue right now. The running report is we've destroyed about 20 of the draconic threat. Not once have they made it to one of our cities. Their tricks they use to infiltrate is not an issue for us.
Have you dealt with perhaps the Void Dragon? And I'll elbow Valymr to mirror image it if he asks permission to cast a minor spell so we don't get shot?
I think we did it
I
last
did,
time.
yeah. I think last time we were talking to her, I did the minor illusion to show
Oh,
her.
and she didn't care.
She
Yeah,
did not
she's
give.
been
a
kind of like,
single-
no, I want to destroy the Reanian Empire. Thanks very much.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, I got my goal. I mean, you guys are cool and all, but we'll
Don't
see
step
where
on
it
my
goes.
dreams.
the name also didn't ring any bells for her.
You're getting the impression that she actually really doesn't really know about what, and this
Yeah.
higher level stuff.
Yeah.
She's
a
an attack
military
log.
commander.
Yeah,
Yep.
she
She's
isn't. She is.
She's just a general running war.
Yeah.
She's
So
not a
she's a general
politician.
running a country, but
Well, that's it. General
Yeah.
running a country. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
And she has to
she's
be at
very
work. That's the
militaristic
only
about
thing
it.
she can do.
she knows the threat. She knows who killed her mother. But like,
She's got a score to settle.
Okay. Well,
Fair.
I'm okay to walk the royal road. If she's giving us permission to do that, I don't think we should leave to go back to Rien. I don't want to tell them that we can talk to the Rien, though. I don't want to let them know that we have like sending stones. So I'm not,
Yeah, no. It's she
I-
already said she's gonna go with the white flag to do that.
I think now would be a good time for us to take our leave and go have our discussions and figure out where we would like to go from here on our end. You've heard our words and you've heard yours, Your Grace, and we'll meet back, I guess, within this week's time after we've done our due diligence as ambassadors.
please do, if you do want to leave, let me know. I will have an escort arranged, and do enjoy the beauty that is our empire. It is a sight to behold compared to a lot of the lands in which some of you hail. So take it in.
You have graced my heart and mind with a sense of culture that I have not been subjected to in my time during the in the Reanian Empire. So I thank you for that, Your Grace. Already, I am beholden to you for that and allowing us to come here. And thank you for allowing us further exploration. And I think tomorrow morning would be a great time to have some type of entourage set up so that we may take this journey. Thank you, Grace.
She nods. Very well. And we'll continue this next time, because we're at time. Or, depending on how this edits up, possibly now, after this break. I had to do the connection just in case that there was an extra long episode, because it will happen at some point. But yeah. Hey, come here a minute. Do you need royalty-free music for your TTRPG content, whether that be a YouTube video, stream, TikTok, Instagram post? Don't worry, we've got you covered. My name's Alex, I've been a content creator for almost a decade now, and I've teamed up with my good friend Harry to produce 10 royalty-free songs for you to use in your content completely for free. We've tried to make a whole range of motifs with this album, covering happy music to sad music, to mystery music to combat music. And if this takes off, you know what? We might even make some more. So give the Elendor Chronicles soundtrack Volume 1 a shot. It's free to stream everywhere. And if you want the high quality downloads, you can come over to our Patreon and download them, or you can contact me directly at tabletop@themidgemansworld.co.uk as a creator, and I'll just give it to you for free. That's it, there's no catch. And just to prove it, we've also given you guys a user license agreement to prove that you have the complete perpetual rights to use this content. So enjoy, and good luck on your next adventure. Oh, good day. I'm Martin Sanderson, and I'm the CEO of Avari Military Solutions. We here at Avari know that it doesn't take much to cause problems out on the frontier. Whether that be from local pirate raids, neighbouring interstellar powers, or even just an unhappy populace with unreasonable demands. Just what is a small to mid-sized regional power to do when faced with these problems? You look to Avari for your solutions. With open-ended contracts, well-trained personnel, state-of-the-art aerospace forces, and competitive rates, we stand ready to help find the right solution to your problem. So if you have a problem, why not call Avari for your solution? Our operators are waiting to take your call, and consultations are free of charge.
Avari Military Solutions, a solution for your problem.
Avari Military Solutions is not licensed to operate within the Kark and Grey Baronies, the Andes Corps, or any Class A combat zones. AMS is a subsidiary of Omni Radiance Holdings, a family company.
When is a story more than a story? When a tale is more than words on paper? When is an ad more than the script it's written on? In the darkest and deepest annals of our own history, worlds of wonder and splendor burst through like a blister made of hope. From the brain that's wrestled and riddled with madness, a radiant pustule. Writing, art, that's storytelling. That is the true lust of life. You too can dutifully indulge in art. Like fans of the greats. Shakespeare, King, Tolkien, Seuss, Mercer. You too can indulge through Twitch Prime. Get an extended access to a wealth of knowledge with a simple click, an emotion so small that it could endlessly amount to possibilities. Embrace those feelings. Support art. Support the component cast. Hello, everybody. And none of the cameras are currently showing, but I am joined by people. I promise you.
We're real.
Everybody
I don't
is
believe
real.
that.
And welcome
we're
to the
not.
continuation of tonight's broadcast. It's really weird for us because it has been a whole week since we last played. But for all of you, you have been watching everything thus far. We're not going to do our normal intro trailer or any of that. For some reason, okay, I've worked out why. I'm going to slowly start revealing people's cameras because apparently OBS forgot that one of my monitors existed and it was like, device is not available, even though it's in the list. So I'm going to go through and click those. And as soon as we get to that, we're going to jump right into a scene. We don't need a recap. Everybody's already been here. Everything has already been covered. You have just been enjoying the show, and I hope sincerely you have been enjoying the show tonight. But my sweet, sensible players, we are going to start off the furthest in the future in this horrendously split party. And take to the skies above Legoram's land. Zep, you are probably about 5 minutes, 10 minutes tops from the city now. It's in the Reshin is back in the horizon. The many of its sky docks, apparent and visible. The mountainous castle stronghold of the Festung is there, and also the air traffic is heavier than everywhere else in the world, as multiple commercial sky ships, but also military ships, begin to fly across the sky. Where are you hoping to land? Where are you looking to land?
Preferably something related to the Skyspan shipyards, because the main purpose of this visit is trade. And then I'm thinking I'll probably go to Kristallhafen afterwards, because we probably have actual shipyards there, which I can use for the upgrades that I want to do.
Sure. So, as an addendum to that question, are you therefore planning on transporting the more precious elements of your cargo through the city?
You know what? I have a direct line to the Duke. I will request docking rights at the tower.
Okay.
Directly.
The Duke responds with, of course, I will have it sorted. I noticed your ship on the horizon. I'm looking forward to speaking with you.
We have many things to discuss. I look forward to seeing you as well.
So, Kettle, where are you on this ship as it flies towards a city where there's more flying ships everywhere?
I think Kel's just still interested in the fact, not the fact that flying ships exist, but just the fact that she is now currently in the air and has been for approximately X amount of time. So that's been an interesting experience.
About 5 days. About 5 more days.
Yeah, that totally works. I think at this point she's more just trying to she's figuring out ways of making herself look busy and useful to stay aboard the ship, while also slacking as much as physically possible. So if I need to, cool. Can that be a deception check?
Yes. Yeah.
Faking doing work, trying to escape by.
Yeah, if I can do it works with that. Well, that is a natural 1, but reliable talent. It's a 16.
Natural 1 is still a critical fail.
Not in skill checks.
Oh no, you're right. You're correct. Sorry.
Yeah.
I have been playing.
Unless it's a combat encounter.
Yeah. Well, the might still go short.
Well.
Okay.
Well, 15,
So how much
not
is that,
16.
15? There's every now and then there's a scoff from Faustin to do something else, but eventually after doing that for a little while, you go into the rhythm of hiding it not being complete kind of thing.
Just carrying around like armload of like ropes to a random place and then like waiting around, or that kind of thing.
Okay.
Probably does that a lot. Tries to get to know people, figuring out what's going on, like aboard the ship. Like, is this normal? Who's normally here? Why are half the rooms not occupied right now? she's definitely noted that. That kind of stuff. Yeah.
Eventually, you pull in to land at the capital, and a large platform appears from the side of the Festung, with royal guard to meet you as before, and a familiar woman actually meets you as your ship docks. A well-armored individual with 2 warhammers, one at each side. You met her, I believe, the first time you entered Legerung's land on foot, as well as the first time you laid eyes on this individual. But you would know this Zep to be Fiora Hollenhammer, the first minister of the Mesa. And she approaches you as you leave the ship, and Marcus continues the standard procedure when docking. But she approaches Captain Skyspan. I was wondering when you are finished with some of your business, if you could possibly meet with me. The Mesa would love to hear a report on how your company has fared in regards to anything that might pertain well to the war effort. I know you have been in contact with His Grace the Duke quite a lot, but we would welcome an update ourselves as well.
Of course, I've something of a bird's eye view of what has been going on.
Quite, and you have been closer to the southern coast than a lot of our ships of late, and also to the other continent. We just any general information you could provide us would be useful.
Yeah, of course. First, I must see to my duties with the Duke, but after that, I should be free while we get some cargo and things offloaded.
Yeah. Thank you. And she kind of salutes you with the typical Legerung's Lander salute, and leaves you to it. Are you progressing right away into try and find the Duke?
I think so, yes. Looking somewhat preoccupied as I do. Braun with me as well, but probably none of the rest of the crew.
Sure.
And yeah, we'll go and try to find the Duke. Sorry, Kettle.
No, I'm thinking. I was thinking of something, but
What do you think?
it wouldn't work. I was thinking about using Psychic Whispers, but I reread it because I was hoping to try and listen in, but that doesn't really work with with that. It's a more of a, just an open message.
Okay. Yeah. So you progress towards the large elevator, which you have ridden multiple times, where you are met by a number of the Royal Guard. You announce who you are, and they recognize you. They also have you put on the pins that you've been given by the Emperor before?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I thought so. They honestly, they salute you. Like, essentially, you are looked at as like some of the top rung of military order here. So yeah, they let you through, and you are taken up the elevator towards the Duke's private chambers, where the doors are open already. He's expecting you, and he's asked for his guards to open the chambers. And it is not his workshop; it is the living room that greets you as you meet through the doors.
There is a pang of disappointment.
Slightly, yeah. I mean, you could probably go to the workshop at some point, but I mean, you Zep. It has been so long. I have a lot that I would like to talk to you and discuss with you and show you. But first, Are you okay? I was not expecting to see the ship back, and where is everybody else?
They have undertaken various errands of their own, but yeah, there are certainly things that we must discuss, and I am bearing a cargo which could certainly use your personal touch, so to say. We have found one of the seals and have brought it back here to Reshin, hopefully for safekeeping.
Huh. Well, which of the seals is it?
It is the...
You have two, just as a reminder.
What was the other one? I know we have the death mask.
You have...
We have the shroud as well.
You have the shroud, and you have...
That is the death mask.
I swear you have a second, or have you seen a second?
I think we've seen it.
We didn't
we
take
have
any
one
from
at
the
Morris
Brazilian
House.
theocracy.
No, you didn't get anything.
That's the only other.
No.
That's
'Cause
the only
you saw the Bahamutian one, but that's still with Aureus. No, you've just
Yeah,
got.
we also saw the. It was the one did by the immortal servant of the organization that was the Brazilian theocracy. We didn't take that one though. We left that one with him.
Yeah, Brawler's
never
Heart is with the Theocracy, Scales of Laura with the Theocracy. Platinum Cup is being held by Aureus. We have the Dark Mask. Those are the four that oh, and Joanna, 5 that we've identified. Oh, and then there's also the Cathedral of Ascension has the Sword of Equilibrium.
I swear you had two, and I can't remember where I got that idea from.
Just gonna share what I have written about them.
This is my own brain going. "Huh?"
Yeah, because I'm looking at my notes going, nope, nope, nope.
No, yeah, I was thinking. I kept wondering.
Sure, we have two. What one do you want us to have?
What other one do we just happen to pick our hands on?
Because to go through them all in order, Lifestone, which was Joanna, that's been repaired. Heart of Elendor, I don't think we ever found. Sword of Equilibrium is at the Cathedral of Ascension being held by the Living Saint. Brayler's Heart is in the Vestilian Theocracy held by the guard people that we met. The Death Mask is the one that we have. Scales of Law are at the Vestilian Theocracy. Don't remember exactly where, but we know where it is. Sun Crown we've never found. Platinum Cup is Aureus. Bow of Eladrin is rumoured. We don't know for sure if it is one. The Soul Chain we know the least about.
Okay, no, you do just have one. Why? Where did I get the impression? That
Because we drank from, or did Zep drink from the platinum cup? So he held it for a moment.
Possibly.
I don't think so. No, I think it was kind of
No.
indicated to me.
It was indicated
No.
to you.
His amulet or whatever is what was drawn to it when we were in Aureus's chamber, and he never told us that the cup was there. Breton had an idea because I think he divine sensed. So only Zep and Breton know about the platinum chalice in Aureus's chamber.
And Zep has not said anything about that.
Yeah, and I don't think Breton did either because both of you agreed like separately that Aureus was the best keeper for it. So to let it be where it was.
The less people who knew about it, the better the chance that it wasn't just going to be information that got out.
I don't know why my brain was thinking there's been two, and I've been working on that assumption in my head.
We
for a
worked
while.
very hard to try and get our hands on I think it was Brayla's heart in the it was the scales in the Bastilian Theocracy that we tried to get our hands on, but because of the incident with the dragon, we ended up leaving without getting our hands on anything.
Correct.
Right. Yeah. Because there's multiple instances of Brayla's heart. I thought you had one of. I think you ended up, but no, they didn't. You didn't go back to the people. Yeah. Okay,
Nor
cool. Thank you.
Nor did we get our hands
Just
on
my
either
brain.
half of the Blade of Equilibrium because those were both decided to be like those were the main cities of two of the largest nations in the world, as far as we know, and those are probably a lot safer where they are.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what the
I
Guardians of the Stone were guarding Brayla's heart, and we left that with them too.
That's what I
Sorry.
know. I need to add that.
That's
Yeah, the Guardians of the Stone in the Vestilian Theocracy was.
Yes. Yeah, I can help you. I can help hide that. That's yes. I can house that here within the Feston. It should be safe, and I will help protect that. It makes a lot more sense putting it here than flying around on your skyship. As good as it is and well designed, I fear with what we face, it would be better in a more strong.
It
Hold.
needs fortifications,
Yeah.
and Ration has already proven that it can hold when tested.
Yes. More than you know.
And then there's also news of a second seal, where we have identified a few of them, but in the interest of keeping this to as few people as possible, you will forgive me if I do not disclose where and what. But the one that we did find, I don't really know how to say this, but as you may know, the seals work when they are broken, and one of them was repaired.
He quizzically looks and then goes, "Could you at least, out of the ones I told you, tell me which ones you've confirmed?"
Which ones did he tell us?
Oh, he told you like half of them.
His list was the list that let us know basically what we were looking for.
Yeah, okay. I will confirm the ones that we have seen, but I won't say where or with whom they are.
He goes, interesting. Well,
And there's another device actually that you might be interested in. I have an amulet that can actually detect the seals. And is my amulet going off right now?
no more than the pull that would normally be towards the one that you have in your holding, which is really, really. Actually, that's probably faded because of the distance. Anyway, but no, there is nothing that's pulling you right now.
Okay. I was gifted this from one of Bahamut's own here, and yeah, it is able to sense when a seal is nearby.
Well, that would be interesting.
But forgive me, my mind is a little bit scatterbrained. There's much on it at the moment. But the one that was...
As is mine.
But, yeah, as I said, I'm not really sure how to say it, but it is something you should be aware of. But Joanna is one of the seals.
He takes a moment. When you first bade me do more research, I realized my errors were a lot more than...
It was not an error. This is not anything that I think anyone would ever hold against you. You did what in your heart was a pure thing to have done. Anyone would have done the same, given that ability. But it does mean that the seals have been weakened, and one of my new objectives is to see if we can create another one, because I certainly would not want that one to be broken again.
I have been doing some reading of my own onto that, and it is something we'll get onto. But first,
Big grin.
the bookcases and the fireplace all split apart. The rooms, the chamber begins to machinate, and there you see the workshop entrance form out. Follow me. I would like to show you something. Obviously, there's a few things. I'll begin shortly. And the first thing you notice is in the center of the chamber, there is what looks to be a large artillery piece.
Interesting.
This is Do you remember how I long distance sent you the supply drop with the information in?
Yeah, I have been pondering for quite some time how on earth you managed to get the explosive charge large enough that it could send such a distance. I think I understand how.
Yes, I have made it so that this can... this is actually a secondary prototype. This is not the one that I fired from. That one is mounted in a room far from here, but this is one that I am working on that uses a smaller, more compact charge to send launches. And that's what it is. It is a series of both magnets and magical amplifications that, as it gets through the different rungs, it increases the speed. He just kind of shows you, and it's just this large cannon artillery piece. I have also begun working off the designs you showed me. And he also takes you to a different part of the workshop where you see, like, he's currently got, like, loads and loads of casts out. We are trying to still find a good solution for the glass, but we believe it is a compound made from flail snail glass.
Yes, we had come to a similar conclusion.
Yeah, we are working on sheet printing these. We're trying to refine it so we can get them smaller, but currently we are still larger than what the elven craftsman can create, but it is going steadily. We are hoping to make a shipborne, skyship-borne adjustment to this. And we are also thinking of less damaging applications. We are thinking, because these are used to amplify spells, we could use it to amplify non-evocation magics and combine it with some of the enchantments, etc., and use far less Luftkrystal and minimize the amount of space we need for the crystalline charges for the skyships. Instead of relying on the large crystals pulling them up, a smaller crystal embedded in the ship, amplified out by a system of fiber, like a glass cabling, to make it lift and spread the charge that way. Smaller
Very
design.
Interesting. I'm also wondering if there's perhaps medical applications for this. If a gem of spell storing or something was used for cure wounds, could we use one of these lenses to then concentrate that power so it does not use the entire gem?
Yeah,
This would allow our medics in the field to heal without magic.
Yeah, that would require the development of a divination lens. We haven't worked out the compound for that yet, but I can understand that it would also be a good relieving burden on the shortage of diamonds.
Precisely.
Yeah. But my other research. And he takes you to an area of the workshop that you've not seen as much. It's almost like a workshop study.
Mm-hmm.
It's it's a subsection of his of the forge area. It's like behind where the old machining for the production of Warforged used to be. And it's just an area, and he takes you to a table where he's got many books lined down. And he has like he's also got like a large reading magnifying glass on like on an arm that he uses when he reads quite a bit. So when I was doing my reading, I came across some of the things that, and from what you said is, you need the essence of the king that never was to help create the seal.
Yes.
Well, I was trying to think on that, and I was thinking there are plenty of clerics of his faith, and some of whom have powers. I have never heard of them being able to bestow anything outside of the normal realms of magic that would even be allowed to do this. So I thought of it, what if it was more literal? What if we need something of them? What if it needs to be a physical essence, like scientifically, such as we are making magical essence to produce those lenses and embed it into glass. What if we need part of them?
You mean blood or something like this?
Yeah.
I fear that may be more complicated to find than just a mystical essence.
I mean, yeah. I wouldn't know where to look, but maybe it is.
I do.
You are not here, and this is also in the future from when you are. I wonder if it is more literal, and it is a component in the spell casting, in the ritual casting, rather than a specific bestowment from them. Rather, it is more material than that. It would explain why it would be so hard to both create these elements and also why they are so powerful. And if he, for example, or they, or whatever they are, is powerful according to the cosmology and holding back the gods, it would make sense that an essence of them is what is helping that binding. No?
That does make sense. I've been approaching this entirely from the concept that he was already a god when the seals were created, but he might well have been mortal and had to give something of himself as sacrifice.
Yeah, I believe from what I can read, his ascension was the capstone? Final moment of the ritual? I'm still working on things. There is I've also been doing some more reading, and there are elements that there's things I cannot shake, so to speak. Are you familiar with the Book of Annihilation?
Am I familiar with the Book of Annihilation? I could spell annihilation. I could check my notes. I don't think so.
It is the final chapter in the King Who Never Was His Faith. And
Okay.
Ever since I've been doing my reading, I have been more and more worried about what I have read. I am concerned that the events that are transpiring in front of us might be the beginning of the end.
The events are certainly big enough and harkening back to events that have already occurred and echo, maybe. Wars between gods and dragons and who knows what else do seem to be sparking again. And it does somewhat look like Elendor is stuck in the middle of the battlefield.
Yeah. There is one particular line that worries me. And he kind of points to a book that he has on the table. It's his own handwritten notes.
This would be the best time for to cut over to Ruby when she's reading the Book of Annihilation. And the evil that was once vanquished shall rise anew.
And I am going to share with you like his surmising of it. And he's there's a prophecy that has me worried.
Yeah, I can see why that would concern you.
It is because the way that it is written, the way that it says that one day the seals of Elendor will be broken by a young girl. She broke one in her creation.
But she herself was not the one who broke it.
Nine, I technically did, but it was during her creation. Prophecies are vague. It is not an image I can get out of my head.
Then we must look to the second part of it. There's always a reason to be optimistic, and this prophecy does give us the solution, if you will. We have yet to find it. We have but to find it.
Yeah, he just kind of shakes himself off and walks over. I finished. This is going to sound very confusing out of context, but I finished Joanna's next form.
Okay.
As in I am going to be presenting it to her on her birthday, and well, she's already arguing with me enough. She is more than a little girl anymore. I think she's almost ready for it. And he kind of presses like a lever, and it's so bizarre to see like essentially the form of Joanna but older get like revealed from a chamber in front of you, completely lifeless and uncontrolled, but also so physically perfect in terms of like skin and structure, and like it's artistic in how real she looks.
As he goes for the lever, Zep's actually going to like reach out and then just be too late. Like, okay. And Zep will kind of glance at Joanna, then back at the Duke.
She's not.
This should be between you two. I'm honored and privileged that you would show me, but
I worked hard on this mainly because of that. He points back to the prophecy.
okay. Then the partisanship here is incredible.
I'm hoping that I don't know if this is foolish, but I was hoping in the line of the fact that it's a young girl. I was hoping by progressing her, it would be countermanded. But the reason I am showing you is, well, I thank you for your kind words on the artistry of it. Is it the
You're
right
hoping
thing?
that if she is no longer a young girl, that she cannot be the one that is spoken of.
Yeah.
At this point, if things are as bad as we fear, anything we can do that moves the situation into our advantage, we should. I am still not convinced that Joanna is the crux of this, but I think you are doing the right things.
Then I will ponder on it more, but your counsel is welcome. You then push the lever again, it closes up.
How is Joanna doing?
Thriving, honestly. She has taken to statecraft and she has a passion for the life of Lake Long's land way more than I do. It is beautiful.
Yes, I must deal with what you do, but on a much smaller scale every day, and I suspect I have the same struggle.
I wish I could just sit here and think.
Well, if you wish, do you wish to see what we have done in the Skyspan? I have my own workshop there, though rather more humble than what we have here, or what you have here. I would love to show it off.
Yeah, absolutely. There's one more thing with all of this development that I was thinking. So, in my research, a lot of it was about when I went down the rabbit hole of what Joanna is or was. I looked at the creation of seals. Obviously, they are great as they such, and lest we cannot find another essence of the hero, what if there's a way that we can take the essence that was still airs around with Joanna and use that to make something new? I have no idea what or how, or if that's even a possibility, but
I would not go down this path. As we already know, or as we theorize, sacrifice was required to break the seals, and that is not a sacrifice you should ever countenance. Besides, that is not then your decision, frankly.
Well, Captain, show me your ship.
With pleasure. And with that, Zep's going to make a very big effort to raise the Duke's spirits with talk about more mundane, but definitely not actually mundane, like crafting stuff and the theory behind using shimmer bronze with the evocation crystal to make Ruby's focusing device, and also the two cannons, which are still partly cast, probably on the deck right now.
Yeah. He's going over your plans fully. In fact, see if he rolls on these and
I'll outline my intention that instead of using regular ammunition or elemental ammunition, they use force, because then they should be able to penetrate any dragon's defenses. And they are specifically built with dragon combat in mind. Which is something you guys might not have heard of yet.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, no, he definitely starts. He definitely starts like going, yeah, it's kind of approving your work and also maybe giving you little bits of pointers, etc.
Gratefully received, and I will also make a point to introduce Pascal as my apprentice. And Kettle, if you are around.
I have a feeling I might not be.
Okay. Kettle.
I should probably throw out these dice.
So you get into. This is going to wind back a little bit. You get into the elevator chamber before you are apprehended by royal guards.
Cool. Cool. That didn't work out anywhere near as she thought.
Nope.
Nope.
Just before
think
the
she's-
elevator would have been.
I think she's playing up at just being. I don't know where I am. Can you help me? Kind of.
Give me a deception check then.
Cool. It's a 15. It's efficient.
Eventually, they're like, the guards return you to the ship.
Cool. Very cool. I got lost. To whoever's the duty hand on.
Marcus is there, and he kind of gives you an eyebrow raise. Get back on board.
Cool. She goes and tries to stay out of anybody's hair for a bit. That one didn't go well.
Okay. But
So
yeah,
she literally got nowhere. She got to the lobby.
Well, yeah, because
essentially the
because
equivalent.
the time that you said you went, it is obviously the elevator had gone up.
Yeah.
And you were
Yeah.
walked into the elevator room.
Yeah.
Eventually, you got found. They taken off to question for a little while. Elevator came back. The Duke and Zep returned to the ship, and then you were taken back to the ship. But yeah, the Duke spent some time, and then it also eventually guides the precious cargo off with some of his royal guard.
That was going to be my next point. Yes.
And he basically says, "I will put this in a vault, along with many of my secrets."
Do not tell me where.
I will
The less
not.
I know, the better.
Does this precious cargo come out of the room that Kettle has not been allowed to go into?
Yes. And it looks like a small golden sort of chest.
Okay. Yeah, that's the ship's coffer or something. That makes no
That's what it
sense.
looks like.
Yeah. And is he obviously a monarch? The person that is being shown around this. Because I'm not sure what are the vestments of a duke.
The Iron Duke also doesn't dress like a duke.
Cool. So he's just like a marquis or something.
yeah,
he's just like a minor noble.
He wears noble clothes, but he also has so he's got like a lovely fancy jacket and stuff, but it's also very practical in the fact that you can see every now and then you see inside the coat and there are just tools. And then he also has a metal arm that glows with crystals, and like his veins every now and then kind of pump with magical energy, and he has brilliant green eyes and
Kettle's not judging. She speaks out of a box.
yeah.
Did we ever get one of the Reynards as the new?
Oh yes, she would have been sent as like if you said like you don't have anybody there, and Darius would have known that Zep was super fucking paranoid about people boarding his ship. Now he would have sent the new the Reynard replacement. So she's probably on board already.
Okay, cool.
Probably got teleported in by a very annoyed Anton.
I would say that she would have came on board in Modwin, probably. You have an office at Compound. It's up the road.
Okay. Yeah. No. Then then one of Darius's
been my
nieces
previous,
is now leading the Marine complement.
Yeah.
With the utmost efficiency.
So that's probably who is now interrogating Kettle.
Yeah. Oh, this is getting meta.
Yeah. Yeah.
I got lost. I swear.
Did you
I
really?
didn't-
Yes, I did. Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, that's that. The Duke does, he expects the ship and then goes on his way. What were you then looking to do in something like outside of trading? I know that you're doing.
Yeah, so
Stuff.
offload most of our metalworking goods here
I would
because it's
say,
wartime. The
obviously,
city is a
you
metal
probably
place.
go to a different dock to do this.
Yes,
I would say that you
yes.
probably progress, probably to one of the family ones. Probably head
Yeah.
to the Skyspan shipyard docks, which is more than doable. And is there anything you were particularly looking to do in the city?
Here, no. After doing trade here, and I probably would assist with this myself, I'd then like to go back to Crystalhafen to do shipyard upgrades.
Sure.
So I'd probably call ahead, if that's a thing, to say, hey, I'm going to need some shipyard space.
Okay. Yeah, that can definitely be arranged at the Skyspan shipyards. Also, your crew are going to take some downtime as well now that you're in
Yes.
Legend. It's been a
That
while.
was going to
since
be... Thank you for reminding me. That was going to be the next thing. If any of them want to leave, this would be the place to do it. And similarly, we would need to take on new crew or replacements and bring numbers back up.
most of the crew, except for those ones that you need to bring more numbers on of, most of the crew are happy to stay with you. It's honestly one of the best merchant crews that they've not many private-owned skyships are free from flying around the skyship lanes. So those with a call of adventure find this great.
Barring hostile takeovers for a night or
Dragons.
weird gravity fuckery at the same time.
Hey, they got routed real quick into a rebellion, okay? And we got our ship back.
It just feels
Just
like
wanna say-
they're very susceptible to peer pressure.
They were just, in that instance, poorly led. But we've made changes, so...
What are pirates but poorly led? Poor people that are really susceptible to peer pressure and have ideas.
I don't know.
themselves.
That is essentially the story of the botany of the bounty or whatever that ship was.
But anyway,
But as Zep is well aware that Ruby and Breton are going to Seat because they want to read the book, right? Because you were with me and we talked about that. I will relay what I found from the Duke about the Book of Annihilation and request that you look into that more specifically.
Cool.
Because
They'll
the Iron
get
Duke
that-
has reason
They'll get that
to
message
think that that's happening.
I'll get
probably after Ruby's finished reading the Book of Annihilation and Ascension.
Well, this is only 5 days later.
You're still 5 days ahead of them. So they'll get that in about 5
Yes.
days. But yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, otherwise, take on crew, take on supplies, offload stuff, load up stuff. I suspect our next stop is gonna be... Find my map. This is for trader purposes, so they know what to load up. Probably will be Seat, unless any of the cities between Russian and Seat are worthwhile trading stops.
In the current period, probably not. In terms of the sort of things that you'll be trading these days, like a lot of what you can trade, unless you're going to the other intercontinental trade, unless you're doing more intercontinental trade, you're not going to be edging more profits really than what you like. It won't be as huge a multiplier kind of thing.
I'm trying to think what I would actually pick up here. Like, the obvious one is arms and armor, but we're trying to be neutral, so probably wouldn't do that. Though it would make lose money.
I mean, the Skyfire Adventuring Company is an independent trading company, so I mean that doesn't necessarily. I mean, you function as a kind of an intermediary.
Armor, probably armor rather than weapons.
Strictly defensive in nature.
Exactly, for police actions.
Zep Schultz.
God. Is there a library either on board or in the city?
There's definitely libraries in the city. There's
I would assume there'd be in the city, but like how well stocked is the one on the ship? Is there one on the ship? I know there's independent large numbers of books.
I don't think there's like a dedicated reading space, but Zep certainly has a collection of like manuscripts and things to refer to for crafting purposes. But beyond that,
Valymr has
Probably the
been
only one.
collecting esoteric books as well.
Yeah, you'd have to
Anything
break
that
into it
no one
quicker
else
than
can
that.
read, good luck reading it, but that's basically what he's been collecting.
Yeah, that's a question
See,
for the
and-
party, really, more than anything.
the only other
Right.
one that might have done would be Ruby.
Right.
James would have had books as well.
That's true, James, yeah. So I guess that is a question. Do we have a collective library space?
Wow, what is going on? I just completely dropped out like 3 programs. If not, then Kettle's going to be heading off to like whatever is if there's a free library, she will go to a free library.
There's
She
definitely
has.
a public. There is the public library.
She has no
Russian.
money.
Yeah, there's the public library Russian.
She's not getting a wage, right, or anything like that. Even though she's making it look
No.
like she's working or anything like that. No, she's not.
The agreement was
she's-
transport.
Yeah.
right. That is cool. Right.
The only other thing which I wanted to raise actually is I would give Pascal the option to disembark here if he wanted to attend the Russian university, as that is where Zep got his training.
Yes, he definitely would attend university. That would be amazing if
And
He's
he
getting
will
a
get a
sponsorship
recommendation.
from you.
yeah. If
Yes,
he's
he will
gonna
be
get a-
fully sponsored by Zep and also letter of recommendation.
He is crying with joy. Yeah, he will happily. And he's I will not let you down. Yeah. And you send the kid to school. And yeah, absolutely. But Kettle, you find the public library quite easily. There's actually multiple in the city. It's like there's a
Right.
They also run a lot of like pro bono education, like classes and stuff. It's Russian society is very knowledge based, so they are all
Pro
about the-
educational.
Yeah, very pro educational. Like
Cool. Yeah, she'll try and find like a quiet space. And is this in common or is this in like or whatever the
shelves.
in
It
shelves?
varies.
Cool.
No, it's mainly common. I think there's some
Okay.
shelves, some common. It depends what you're looking for.
She's looking for just things relating to her abilities and also the Vox box. She has had absolutely zero ability to get any kind of information. She was raised in a bookstore, but it's only fiction that she was raised around. So she's had no research material for her entire life. So she's trying to just figure out what's going on and whether or not that's available at all. I'm assuming a lot of rolls are going to happen.
Yeah, give me an investigation check, please.
Cool. Four. A good solid 4.
Okay, 2 seconds. You find an information book about Kenku and Corvum genealogy and the diversion of their species.
Okay, but nothing about her whole deal.
No.
Cool. Well, this is a bust. Oh, that's a week. That's probably like an afternoon. Yeah, that's a 4. That's like a whole day. It's a whole day down. Cool. I think she just goes back to the ship and just like, well, that struck out, and also Maybe there's a gold nugget there somewhere, but it was written in another language you can't read because I'm playing a character that isn't a polyglot.
It's also public library is not really the place you find out about psychic knowledge.
True. True, but it is this world. So that is a thing. I guess if with that kind of struck out and she has no research material, she's just going to kind of like sticking on the heels of Zep as much as possible, trying to swing for a job.
Okay.
Because she needs money, and she needs to make this last as long as physically possible so that she doesn't have to go home.
So, all right then. So, what's she doing to impress Zep?
Oh shit. She doesn't have a lot he'd be impressed by.
I wasn't prepared for that contingency, is basically what I expected you to say. Wait, all right, shit. I wasn't prepared for this.
Yeah, no.
You would think I'd have to copy it.
Hey, she can do that. She can do that. She can be a recall of any information. Like if Zep forgets something off the top of his head, if she would be able to remember it. Not only because she's a Kenku, but also she has a keen mind, so she remembers everything for a month. So like.
Zep, as you've seen, also has a pretty good memory, though.
Yeah, it's not as good of. That's why this is an uphill battle. I guess she's just trying everything she physically can, even to she'll just like bring you tea if she needs to, like because she's not Pascal.
Thank you, Ruby. Kettle.
Is Ruby a former employee, secretary?
No, Ruby is one of our companions in the Skyfire adventuring company.
You've met Ruby.
Yes, you have.
She's swinging. She's swinging for.
Right, I see.
Yeah, and also I don't think the established position was stated. Right. Yeah, no, I think we have met. She was the woman with the hair.
Yes, red hair and very powerful magical abilities.
Oh, interesting. Do a lot?
And excellent cooking skills as well. It is something I do not praise often enough, but it is always appreciated.
Mentally checking off that box. Or it's crossing that box out. Okay. Is there any things around the ship I could maybe do while we're in dock?
You're small. You get into the tight places most people can't get. Is that hire child labor?
Yeah.
Tight places that people can't get. You're talking to a gnome.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I was about to say.
Yeah, and technically, Kettle is bigger than Zep.
Oh my god, that's such a cute picture in my brain.
Yeah, though she is probably weighs less because her bones are hollow.
It's also really cute that Kettle was bringing tea.
Thank you for catching that. I had 4 seconds to come up with something she was bringing.
I
What we
appreciate
need now
your
is somebody named
enthusiasm to
Yeah,
do
Moses.
things on the ship. What is it that you think you can give most? I know you have shown interest in flight, but that is not everything. You are not the same as Pascal in that way.
No, I've got that. No. I'm good at organizing things. I remember things a lot.
Then I think you have just found your place on the ship. I hope you like paperwork, because I hate it.
She looks fine with that. She's not fine with that. All right. Is this like so? Is this all right? Yeah. No, I can do
Until we
that.
can find something that you would prefer to do, I'm happy to keep you around. You have
I like it here.
just continue learning about flying and the technologies behind it. I think it may serve you in the future.
I can give it a shot. Yeah. I'm hoping Zep has figured out she is not an intelligent person at this point. It's been weeks.
Yeah, but you also get the impression that with Zep, intelligence isn't everything. Like a willingness to learn gets you a long way.
Yeah. True. I guess she does have a sage background with them, so I guess it kind of would come across. She is good at that. No,
And
yeah, I
he's
can.
definitely not an academic. Like anything practical.
As an engineer, not an academic. Yeah. No, that I could do whatever you need me to do. I will, so I can just stay here.
I do not have a problem with this, but next time, try not to sneak off a ship into a royal fortification. It does not usually go well.
Yeah, so you heard about that? Okay, all right.
Of course, I'm the captain.
Right. Yeah. Oh, I get. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. I'll try and be better.
Good.
Next time.
Well, this stack of paperwork needs doing, and then once that is done, I believe that Marcus may have some more as well, because we have harbour fees and the like that need to be processed.
Great. The voice box, the vox box really strains to convey that.
Great.
Yeah.
Distortion.
It's it's monotone. It's trying to convey. Yeah, so she's monotonously try and balance books and do paperwork as much as she can, just because. Does she? And we've established well, I guess now she just has that room now to herself. That's like the bunk room that was with Pascal.
Yeah, I think at this point, like now that you've kind of made it clear that you're not just going to leave because we've arrived at this place, which you'd kind of said before, I would imagine that Marcus or the quartermaster, whose name I've already forgotten, would probably pick up on the fact that you need a berth. And in fact, he was staying in Pascal's room. Now he's gone. It's your room.
Yeah.
That's what I was. Yeah. Then she'll just kind of work there, I guess. It's an extra. If it's now it's probably the same size. No, she just works there since she doesn't have an office or anything. Just kind of tries to stay out of the hair of the new hard ass security.
Yannick is the quartermaster.
Thank you.
It's possibly, not possibly, Marcus's son.
Nepotism. Actually, no, yeah, because now it's a Reynard as well is now taking over the position of somebody that Darius did not like as well. That kind of, which is a funny parallel there.
But it wasn't Darius that recommended it. It was Zep going, we want a Reynard.
Yeah, and then he recommended her. But yeah, no.
Okay.
So the other thing, well, I don't want to cannibalize too much time because everyone else should have their time. But
you
also
have
need
had
to
like
meet
5
with
weeks of not being Zep. It's fine.
Yeah, I know, but it feels weird that it's all focused on me now. But I also need to meet with the First Minister.
Yes. And as you walk through the city, it's clear that Reshin has seen the likes of war in the fact that there is quite a lot of reconstruction going on, but it's been so clean, so rapid, and so organized that the city, it could just be confused with city construction. But your kind of keen eye and the fact that you've spent so much time here can see the little things, and also you've seen the telltale signs of what various attacks do, and you are also acutely aware of the attacks that have taken place. But to be fair, out of everywhere, Reshin is the most stable from what you've seen post attack. And yeah, eventually, when you go to see the First Minister of the Mesa, you're taken to, you are pointed to essentially the Legion House, which is like it's a large sort of stone, official palatial sort of building in the city center, away from the actual governance building. It's like its own governance, but outside of the Festung, it's apart from that, it's actually in the city of Reshin, and you're shown through many of the. There's a lot of the Star Legion of various like ranks, and like so it's not royal guards here, but there are definitely Star Legion everywhere here, and this is like the main this is like the main offices for the Star Legion and the various things. And there's like you go through there's like corridors of like you see a lot of different individuals with different ranks, insignias, a lot of Warforged, a lot of humans as well, quite a few gnomes as well. Just all facets of the military. You are taken through some of the offices, and eventually you are led to an office of Commander Hollandhammer. And you are let in. So, Captain Skyspan, come in.
Yeah,
Oh,
hello.
would,
You wish to speak?
Would Zep have wanted somebody to take notes?
Would it have been offered?
Yes, she's doing whatever she can just to be useful.
Yeah, I see no reason why not. You may learn something of this.
It would be good to I have a meeting with the war cabinet later. It is I've gone French. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Alonzi.
Listen very carefully.
Yeah. This is yes. I need to get the more. I will say this is only fun. It would be good to get a report of anything you have seen over the ship of the shipping over the south. So the effort towards the north has gone better. It's the skies are much clearer, and we have managed to help secure some of the shipping to the north coast for our allies. We have not progressed onto an offensive, but we would like to be looking towards the Bay of Gold again and try to protect merchant vesselage back into the bay once the winter is clear. I was wondering if there's any areas outside of the hellscape that is Redbury, anything you could identify of anything of note from the area that we might come across when we commit troops to the area.
Well, I was going to mention that Redbury should be at least somewhat safer, as we did manage to disarm them of one of their magical cannons in that area. That is probably part of the reason why shipping has been safer.
Yeah.
In terms of where else might be safe there, just returned from Castle Cullis. It is under siege, but seems to be holding for the time being.
Yeah, we have heard there's this the ceasefire allowed us to actually we dropped off some supply at Trexford, and it got taken in by some members of the Star Legion's Steam Corps on Shuttleback. So we managed to keep the resupply going. It was more if we were to commit naval assets or anything to breaching the bay again. It is currently we have tried to keep the Reshin Solarum trade routes open, and I just wondered if there was anything of note. But no, thank you for any information.
And also, because I would know this, me wouldn't like the path that we took, and from like the eagle eye view that we had of the ocean, I can probably report saw some ships here, avoided them, didn't see anything here. This was a clearer channel, that type of thing.
Sure. Okay. Cool. And she takes that information.
And if you wish to speak to my navigator, he may have more charts created for weather patterns and that type of thing. That's his job.
I will send a representative to go to your crew if that is okay, but only when they return from rest. The Duke has said that you are not. That your mercenary company has not been. He doesn't want you as part of the war effort for some thing that you are undertaking for him. However, if you are looking to head to Reshin, anytime soon. No, Russian. Sit anytime soon. I may have a small task that I would ask of you, if possible.
As long as it is not overtly for the war effort, because the neutrality that we hold is important for the diplomatic endeavors that we are undertaking.
Yeah, it was it would be a delivery. That is all. It would be discreet. We were looking to reinforce the Vienians now that the Emperor is returned to the Empire. Just a few members of the Star Legion we were hoping to transport in under less overt means. Whilst there hasn't been a clean attack this deep or anything, or we'd prefer if knowledge of this element being in the capital went more unnoticed than, say, one of our naval skyships appearing, or even one of our ships docking in the capital. You know.
How many members are we talking here?
10 individuals.
Then I think that we can come to an agreement as long as they are put under my command for the duration that they are on the ship, and they are there ostensibly to train our crew in military maneuvers and combat.
I feel like this would be a good cover.
Because they certainly need training in this.
To make it even less auspicious, we could always have them meet you from a different city within our own area, and it would be better if they were not picked up from the capital, shall we say?
I intend to go to Kristallhafen after this to have some shipyard work done, and I know that my guard captain will be on the lookout for some new members to reinforce our own marine contingent.
Yeah, perfect. They will meet you there, and they'll come aboard. An individual by the name of. An individual by the name of.
Yeah, she says, looking for the piece of paper with a little note that she wrote
exactly
down.
What this is.
You just imagine he's like clicking for a clerk to bring her a note paper. It's like, Paul.
That would be the best comedic timing. It is a completely mundane name.
Yeah.
It is just,
By the name of
John Smith.
It's a German word.
Prop.
Bastian
No, Eisenfaust.
Eisenfaust.
Jesus. We're kidding.
Yeah, very good name for a marine.
Hans German.
No, it's just Eisenfaust. I will be leading the group.
Very well.
It's the equivalent of Goodman Deutsch from Kingdom Come Deliverance. That is his name.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do not see issue with this. I do not want to know what their task is when they arrive. I'm simply interested that they are doing their best to train the crew. That is all I care about.
Very well. Thank you. Unless there is anything else, that is all I had to talk to you about.
I don't think so. So what is the new Reynard's name that's on the ship?
Oh, we had a conversation about this. It would be in your
Yes,
chat.
I know we did. That's why I'm kind of kicking myself I didn't write it down when I had the opportunity.
Well, the chat is saved because that's how Discord works, but I will check it for you. I'm pretty sure.
Or you should
it's,
talk to this person.
Marcella.
For a more complete military overview, she is a member of the Reynard Company, and they are boots on the ground, as you like to say.
Oh, I have many reports from the Reynard Company, and
And the coup.
there's a lot of interesting information.
Father's
coming out of them right
missing.
now.
So I understand. Zep wasn't there for most of that, so he doesn't know.
No.
Dude, there was cattle, so this is all just. This is all.
Well, thank you both.
Thank you for your time and good luck.
Yeah. And to you.
Keep the city safe.
I intend to. So, with that, I'm going to zoom out of Reshin, go back in time towards now Seat, the capital of the Rhiannian Empire, as for a few days after the successful birth of Ruby's sister, both Breton and Ruby took to tracking down more information on what's going on by reading and taking the Emperor of the Rien, up on his offer and gaining access to a first edition copy of the Book of Ascension, the holy book of both the Church Albe and those who follow the kings that never was. You've spent probably about 12 hours studying in the chapel hall of the main palace in the capital. And we find you both by candlelight with this ancient text in front of you. After reading, doing some heavy, I was going to say some light reading. It's not light reading.
It says that it doesn't recall what his name was before, but now he is called Ascendum, or at least it's my interpretation of it. And that it looks like he was already ascending, and that what is recorded here was just the flourish, the finale to it. So there must have been steps taken by him prior to this event before he ascended to the heavens. And it does mention a place called the Glade of Transcendence, although I have no idea where that could possibly be. Is that a pilgrimage site or a religious site somewhere?
Give me a history check.
Okay. That is a 22.
Glade of Transcendence is another name for the top of the hill in which the Cathedral of Ascension was built. So the other, peak of the hill that you're currently on, where the palace is.
So they would build it right where he ascended. That's not where you access the point. Okay.
Just as some other notes, this isn't the only chapter on Ascension. This is just one of.
Sure.
Think of it very biblically in the fact that Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John all cover Jesus's ascension. I think all of them.
That was Paul, but anyway.
Paul, not Mark.
No, you were right. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
Oh, okay. All of them cover various elements of the passion piece of the Bible. This is just one of the. This is just one of the tables. The thing that you notice most is, and the thing that drew you to this, is the fact that this particular set of scripture is not in modern editions. There is no.
It's because of Ulfric.
There is no the waning of St. Iolus in it.
And I think it's because of Ulrich, because Ulrich stuff was written out and it's considered fiction. I believe.
Perhaps.
That's what my notes say. From before, we talked about Ulrich before, and it says a lot of his stuff that he was written out because it was considered apocryphal.
Yeah, it's not. It wasn't. He was apocryphal. There was a lot of it was embellished with his that. But that was Ulfric the Bard Scholar's own book that he wrote. It is often mentioned in even the It is well known that Ulfric was there. That's established in all the ones that are still published. And he was meant to be. It's always set to be the only person there.
Sure. Then I can only imagine the reason that this was also. Is retcon the right word? I guess is conned out? Retconned out? It's because I'm looking at my notes again. It talks about how he wants to be. Now you will forget them. Their role is fulfilled. Because it means like he wants to be forgotten. Which makes sense. Is why you want his name known. Is she gonna keep reading?
Okay.
I don't know if there's something special about this. I'm supposed to be getting.
There is some interesting pieces of information in this. So
I think you misunderstood that part. Because it says, now you will forget them, their role fulfilled. That's plural. I think he's referring to the other deities' time on Elendor is done. Now it is the time of the king that never was. This is assurance to Ulfric of now is our time. Now is the time of the free mortal.
Sure. This is before he went to war with the gods as well. Yes. This is before their banishment.
This is so the Day of Ascension is 100 years after the end of the summit.
He ascended after the summit?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was working to banish the gods while he was still mortal.
I thought he ascended before the summit and then left afterwards.
No. He ascended. Him leaving was the final sing to the song, shall we say?
Sure.
Way after all the he'd already had goodbyes and other battles with various gods, and he did so after the first Green and Pleasant Day, which is the first categorical day after the summit, the hero took to essentially seeing the world. Once all his battles were behind him,
he toured the world.
The world, and at the end of it, they ascended.
Sure.
So, you know what? Breton and Ruby both give me investigation checks, and I'm just going to sort of take what you've talked about and point you at some things that maybe might also be merited looking at in this piece.
Don't forget, because I have to remind you every time, you can spend sorcery points to reroll ability checks.
As soul or as Ruby?
As a sorcerer, you can.
As a sorcerer. Oh, well, I will spend some sorcery points to do that. How many?
I think it's 2.
Oh, okay.
Spend 1 roll.
Hey, at least I'm consistent. It looked a 4, not to a 5.
Breton got a 9.
Oh boy. Okay.
Sorry, plot can't progress. Bad rolls.
You think you're partially there. Maybe some more reading will help, but you definitely feel like that some of the language is what you definitely identify. I'm going to say Breton identifies this. If you read this, some of the language flips person.
Mm-hmm.
As in, there's a lot of third person, and then there's a couple of first person elements.
I took Ulfric by the shoulders. Yeah. Which looks to be bizarre compared to That would almost imply that somebody else was there.
Yep.
Who else was there?
Well, according to the account, it was Ulfric, the king that never was, and the other gods that were witness to the ascension.
Yeah, nobody mortal.
Another god
So-
was there to witness it?
Well, if you look at them, the other gods are actually used as a plural term, which
The other gods witnessed his ascension.
yes.
Which one?
There are clues. There are definitely clues in there. I'll leave that with you. Can you give me another investigation roll for a different chapter of the book, and I will, or a different question, one of your questions, should I say?
Natural
And-
20.
Okay. I will definitely. That'll need me some time to work on that, but thank you. I'll leave you with the conundrum that's in your brain. So that will take you probably a little way into the future in a moment. Is there anything else you guys would like to do outside of the research, or are you just hardcore going research?
That's what she's hardcore reading right now.
Okay, cool. Then I will zoom out of the Rien and go further back in time, all the way back to the Eladrin Empire, where outside of the castle of Noxodanis, where gathered below a below a statue outside on the road, main road from Noxodanis, of a male individual set in stone who is like they've got a like elven style broadsword like dug into the ground and then knelt sort of knelt like trying to pull themselves up with it. And it's kind of an artistic piece with the words in Elvish, with the words underneath it, the final fall. But you gather there as various servants and guards, etc., who will be guiding you on your journey down the King's Road are present.
Were we able to get Helena, our servant that we gave lots of
You-
gold to?
You specifically requested them at the end of last session, so yeah, they're
Okay.
with you. And so are some others. James, Valymr, and Zaraj. The Faithrith is kind of been put as your main tender while you explore the Eladrin Empire, and is like sort of been put in charge of this small complement and the various servants you have been given. Helena was the head of household, not the person
No,
that
that-
was with you, wasn't it?
No, Helena was the servant girl.
Who was
The
that?
servant
we-
girl that I dinged, and then I gave her
Oh,
like
yeah.
a bunch of money, and I was like,
Yeah.
"Be our ears."
Dathina was the head of
Athena,
household.
sorry, yeah. Okay, I did get the wrong way around. Wrong way
Boom,
around. My
note
bad.
taker.
There you go. But yeah, so where would you like to go? You just Valymr, actually give me a quick history check on
yeah.
the statue where you are.
Is it artfully nude?
No,
Or is it
it's
covered?
armored and armed.
Okay.
It's like it's almost like it's depicting a very like valley.
I ain't even
death.
looking. I ain't even looking. That's a nat one. I ain't even looking.
Sure, yeah,
That statue invisible to me.
sure.
With the writing, can someone translate that for me?
Yeah, this is it says the final fall. It is a statue of the Emperor's one and only son, the moment he died here at Noxodanis. During one of our, through gritted teeth, many wars.
I'm sorry to have brought up such a sore subject in I apologize for my ignorance on it.
No, it's okay. It's it is a well-honored moment of our nation's shaping.
As we walk, would you care to share more the history of it? We are here as ambassadors, but I feel like we haven't even been given a chance to know who we are ambassadoring with.
By all means. Shall we? And you begin to walk the royal road. The first thing that you notice, those of you who aren't from the Eladrin Empire, is the fact that the road isn't paved with like the cobblestones aren't cut in a way that like a mason would cut. And you look at them, and a lot of the stones are like almost like they've got a glassy hue to them. Like they've been shaped by water, like naturally shaped almost.
Are they reminiscent of the flail snail glass?
No, not that. It's more like and you pick up a stone from the beach and it's been in the water for a long time. It's like
okay.
smooth edged, that kind of slight shined feel, rather than it's much more like it's almost like shellback. It's like.
Would Valymr know why?
Possibly, yeah. A lot of masonry techniques in the Eladrin Empire, like a lot about the Eladrin Empire is to be like one with nature and be more natural about things. And masons often use water to cut stone, whether magically or through more mundane means. But they a lot of it, and also a lot of the stone is like naturally sourced. For the Royal Road, at least, is naturally sourced from the coastal regions, anyway. But,
So I'm going to be a real stickler here because I did work at a stone quarry one time, and generally, when you use a water jet to cut rocks, it actually makes a very jagged and straight line. So my question is this a developed over time water flow? I don't think it matters.
It's tumbled essentially. They rock tumble.
Of course, you worked in a stone quarry as well as everything else.
Welcome to the world of Ghibli Jam, where her life is just.
The more I learn, the more I learn, the more ridiculous you become.
I didn't last long. I wasn't
the big book of Ghibli. I want the big book of Ghibli.
I didn't last long. I wasn't very good.
Forrest Gump level of history with Ghibli.
Okay, question about the other aspects of nature, though. Do we see, obviously not Gourd's tree, but do we see other people trees? Prisoner trees? Tree people?
Give me
lining the roads? Treeple, as I shall call them?
That's what comes out of them. That's what they instead of syrup, they call it treeple.
I'm sorry, you said nature or perception?
Perception.
Okay, I'm gonna roll a regular dice because for some reason I got unloaded from the game. And
you said that, man, and now I have this image in my head of the Eladrin being like, oh, this is wonderful stuff. Who's it from?
Oh no!
Yeah, that's how everybody makes a triple tart.
So I rolled a 16 on the dice, and I have pretty high perception. I don't know the number offhand, but I'm just going to say it's at least +5.
Sure. It's more than these. It's not right away, but about good 15 minutes into your journey, you see one or two. And when you see them, they're oddly beautiful because it's essentially like aspects of who they were is taken into the bark, and it is a very smooth trunk, and you see like an outline face, and it's not pained. It's just like a sleep, a visage of an essence of someone asleep, and then some of their aspects are taken into the tree, and there's a real wonderment of beauty to the tree. So if there's one that you catch in early, and there is like the thing that makes it stand out is there's kind of like tones as well, what you think can be taken from the individual, because there's one that is clearly like a of a what are they called? A GIF, the hippo people.
The gun elephant people.
Yeah, the hippos. Yeah. Who do
That's
this,
the GIF, yes.
Yeah. And it's got the like, so like there's almost like a hue in the leaves of what you think their natural skin color would be, and then but also like these bone white tusk like almost tooth like formations in the branches, but this powderous black bark at the bottom. And none of these trees are like one another, and they kind of stand out sometimes in the environment. Some of them are a bit more natural looking. One that you think has like almost distinctly wood elf features, kind of blends more with some of the foliage around. But yeah, it's like you do see them every now and then, and they often have like a little plaque beneath them, like kind of saying who they were, their crime.
By the way, before we left, could we have given Helena, the servant girl, a letter to deliver?
Yes.
I
absolutely.
don't think we want her to come with us on the journey.
Sure. Okay. Explain the letter.
It is to be sent to the ambassador, whose name is Gwair Fainan, so Ambassador Fainan. And basically it says something along the lines of saying who we are, write to you as a third party in the war between the Eladrin and Rhiannian empires. We're currently acting as ambassadors to the Rien in order to organize the ceasefire that we currently find ourselves in. We think it's prudent to meet and speak face to face on matters of import, and we'll be at the port of Lydian on the whenever we think we're going to get there. And would like to have talked as well to Faithrith to maybe try and get us to go to the port of Lyrian.
Sure.
Ideally
have that as your main goal, destination, yeah?
Yeah. Because I would like to show my friends here my home in the Eladrin Empire. So maybe take a small detour to my homeland to just before we go further along the road, if you're amenable to that. Would it be possible to charter a ship from Lydian to the Olerionka?
You will have to find out there.
Okay.
But it is you're more than able to walk that way. And Helena accepts and moves towards the port of Isran.
Give her like 5 gold.
Sure.
We'll make it a 10 gold even. Just split the 5 and 5.
Mm-hmm. She has received like 3 years' wages from you in the last 24 hours. She's more than happy to help.
I give her investment banking advice. They give her money, and I'm like, okay, so what you want to do is you want to get a very good interest rate. You want a quarterly compounded interest.
Just thought you were going to go full stocks, bro.
And what's better, I can do all of this for you.
Yeah. Anyway, for a fee, of course.
As you set off, I'm going to say that we take our break here. I know it's a weird timing. I believe we're at the time I said we'd then want to I think we're actually over the time I said we would want to take a break, so let's take a 10 here. I know people that have been watching, if you've been watching the entire time, this is going to be like break number 3 for you, but I do apologize. It's an extra long session. Please bear with us, but we will see you in a moment once I can find the button to change the scene. Yeah, I'm going to keep talking until I can, because apparently my scroll wheel is not working properly.
Also, check out our soundtrack streaming on Spotify, all of our commissioned music for the Elendor Chronicles Season 1. You can listen to it on all of your favorite streaming services and play it in your own campaigns.
Yes, exactly. And here's an ad about it now. Hey, come here a minute. Do you need royalty-free music for your TTRPG content, whether that be a YouTube video, stream, TikTok, Instagram post? Don't worry, we've got you covered. My name's Alex, I've been a content creator for almost a decade now, and I've teamed up with my good friend Harry to produce 10 royalty-free songs for you to use in your content completely for free. We've tried to make a whole range of motifs with this album, covering happy music to sad music, to mystery music to combat music. And if this takes off, you know what? We might even make some more. So give the Elendor Chronicles soundtrack Volume 1 a shot. It's free to stream everywhere, and if you want the high quality downloads, you can come over to our Patreon and download them, or you can contact me directly at tabletop@themidgemansworld.co.uk as a creator, and I'll just give it to you for free. That's it, there's no catch, and just to prove it, we've also given you guys a user license agreement to prove that you have the complete perpetual rights to use this content. So enjoy, and good luck on your next adventure. Oh, good day. I'm Martin Sanderson, and I'm the CEO of Avari Military Solutions. We here at Avari know that it doesn't take much to cause problems out on the frontier, whether that be from local pirate raids, neighboring interstellar powers, or even just an unhappy populace with unreasonable demands. Just what is a small to mid-sized regional power to do when faced with these problems? You look to Avari for your solutions. With open-ended contracts, well-trained personnel, state-of-the-art aerospace forces, and competitive rates, we stand ready to help find the right solution to your problem. So if you have a problem, why not call Avari for your solution? Our operators are waiting to take your call, and consultations are free of charge.
Avari Military Solutions. A solution for your problem. Avari Military Solutions is not licensed to operate within the Kark and Grey Baronies, the Andes Corps, or any Class A combat zones. AMS is a subsidiary of Omni Radiance Holdings, a family company.
When is a story more than a story? When a tale is more than words on paper? When is an ad more than the script it's written on? In the darkest and deepest annals of our own history, worlds of wonder and splendor burst through like a blister made of hope. From the brain that's rattled and riddled with madness, a radiant pustule. Writing, art, that's storytelling. That is the true lust of life. You too can dutifully indulge in art. Like fans of the greats. Shakespeare, King, Tolkien, Seuss, Mercer. You too can indulge through Twitch Prime. Get an extended access to a wealth of knowledge with a simple click, an emotion so small that it could endlessly amount possibilities. Embrace those feelings. Support art. Support the component cast. I'm sorry, I was still eating, everybody. Welcome back! Welcome back. Sorry. I got way too into my snack food. Yes, it was Twiglets, if anyone was asking. But we returned.
Eating the treeple, dude.
Yeah,
Twiglets.
Oh,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah, people are Marmite. Marmite is people.
What did those Twiglets, like, what was the race of those Twiglets before they got turned into Twiglets?
So many types. It's a very inclusive can.
Oh.
I don't discriminate.
I'd rather be turned into a tree than a pretzel.
This is a huge Soylent Green is people moment. Right.
I think perhaps.
So, Eladrin team. We left off with you beginning to walk the Kingsroad path. Also setting off your individual to go determine a letter. What else were you trying to do on your walkabouts? Anything you were trying to ascertain? Any questions you want to ask to your Faithrift guide or anything else you're trying to...
Faithrift
No.
does speak common, correct? Okay. I'm going to try to just make like tourist conversation, like, oh, those trees are so interesting. I have never seen anything like this before. What manner of foliage is this?
That's an oak tree. They're pretty common throughout.
I'm
Longwood.
pointing at the tree.
Oh, okay. Okay. That is, well, I can translate to you who it was on this, which one are you pointing to, of the treeple?
I'm pointing to the smallest, the wood elf one, the one that you said was the wood elf. I assume that's kind of like a slender tree.
Yeah, it's very birch tree like, honestly. It goes over to I guess this this was an individual by the name of Sylvanus. Apparently they were let's roll on my my crime tree.
They were caught for war crimes.
It's a nat 20, like a serial killer or something.
This individual was a family annihilator.
Oh,
Can I history check what a family annihilator is?
You can Google that in your own time, sir. Nothing good. Put it that way.
Oh, it's not a job title. It's a dude who annihilated a family.
Yes.
Oh, that's darker. That's way darker than what I had in my head originally. I guess he rolled the nat 20. I don't know.
No, I didn't.
Oh god.
oh, well, this is a very fitting punishment for this type of crime. How long does this last? This imprisonment?
Sometimes the only way to deal with evil is to make sure that their beauty in society can be kept as purely that. At least this way they can add to the circle of life rather than take from it.
That makes a lot of sense. Question. Do you do this for all criminals or only very serious offenses?
Sorry, say that again.
Do you do this for all criminals? Like whether the person shoplifts or steals a loaf of bread or just very serious?
Just the worst of the worst. Capital crimes. Crimes against the state. It's... Honestly, as well, it's not just criminals. It gets a bad rap sometimes. Sometimes people wish for it. Many of the royal Eladrin, well, they're called noble-blooded Eladrin or other Eladrin, older elves who soon to say succumb to shadow lung, they often opt to remain in a capacity in which they can still thrive in nature's light.
Are they conscious?
Sometimes, somewhat. They live and breathe as all plants do. They have thoughts, but
Would it
they are
be
rooted in
rude?
place.
Would it be rude of me to try to detect the thoughts? I have this amulet, and it is magic, of course, but it allows me to read the thoughts of another creature. I will point all of my attention at the tree, obviously. I do not
And-
want you to think
No,
anything.
It's you wouldn't be the first. I believe it's possible.
Okay, stand back, everyone, while I read this guy's thoughts.
Oh God.
I read the tree thoughts. So I get surface level thoughts for
Yeah.
free, and then to probe beyond that is checks. But I'm just checking for surface level thoughts, you know?
It's quite cold today. The wind is
I take off my not cloak of Elvenkind, my other cloak, my original cloak, the one that I was born in and orphaned in, and
Yeah.
has become my blankie, and I wrap it around the tree. And I tell Faithrith, the tree is cold.
Oh.
Is it all right if I leave this here for this soul?
I mean, I personally wouldn't mind if they were a little bit chilly considering what they'd done. But if you feel the pull to leave memento with this tree, then by all means.
Yes, I will do this. And I will just say a little prayer to Bahamut as I wrap the cloak on the tree, and I'll just be like, Bahamut, please make the tree be warm
Okay.
and rest in peace. Also.
Okay.
Question. How do I put this? In terms of the frequency of the trees, would I be able to leave little things on each one? As, I don't know, a little breadcrumb trail in case we get captured and maybe the party has to find us, and potentially they would be able to be like, hey, that's Siraj's on this tree. She went that way.
How many items have you got? And
Well,
these-
I have one cloak.
put
but-
it this way: these trees appear one every mile or so. I'd say in terms of frequency. Or one or two. But it depends on the density. Right now, because you're at Noxtanis, near Noxtanis, it's more infrequent than you would be further down.
I have a disguise kit, which I assume would come with a bunch of cool clothing and disguises. And then when I start running out of that, I can start doing the glasses with the nose and the mustache.
I was gonna say, just just going down this road, there's suddenly there's a V for Vendetta mask on this tree.
Yeah.
Just trying to think of class. This one is a nurse.
Yeah,
Slightly
the
seductive
sexy nurse.
I imagine it's just a freaking a Halloween costume party on these streets. You probably do it. I would argue that possibly chalk would be an easier way of doing markers, or some sort
I
of
don't know
ink.
if I can. I don't know
or
if I can
paint?
deceive that that's what I'm doing. I'm
Right.
trying to. I'm deceiving that I'm not leaving a breadcrumb trail, but I am in fact caring a lot about these souls and their just eternal torment. That really.
I would say that you are skillful enough in stealth that there's a chance that if you wanted to try and leave, say, a marker on, say, the plaques, thieves can't as well, don't you?
Oh yes,
So you could.
but no one
leave-
else does.
I was gonna say you could leave some thieves can't symbols along.
I'll leave,
on
scratches.
on the aura
Z.
scratches on the.
Z for Siraj.
You can scratch a Zeraj into the little plaques. They're wooden, so with So
Imagine being a prisoner and then having some person just scratch into like your arm, like Zaraj was here. That's rude, but I'll do it for the party. That's what
Vandalize
I
the
do.
incarcerated.
Vandalize
Name
the
of
incarcerated.
band.
I was gonna say name
This
of
is
my next
this is
metal
not a
album.
war crime, guys. This is just
Name of my
ecological
second-
terrorism.
That's the second and third album from that band.
Mhm.
This is not a war crime, and this is just ecological terrorism. Anyway, you can definitely do that. Just give me a quick sleight of hand check at advantage.
Yes.
On any particularly heinous criminal, then instead of leaving a memento, just draw an angry face on its face with chalk.
22. Give him the angry eyebrows.
Yeah, exactly.
Totally fine. Yeah, you can definitely do that.
Do we see a lot of other traffic and commerce, like, merchants with wagons, or is this road particularly empty?
Right now, it's particularly empty. But you think about it, and currently you're relatively close to the front lines. Obviously, Noxodanis is about as deep as you can get into the Empire before you hit the Rien. Not much trade happens here. This is a very militarized zone. For the most part, you haven't come across any travelers yet. And also, quite often it's supplied by its port town. But it wouldn't be without transit. The further you get down, you do see essence of activity. One thing that you do notice more so than the roadways through the Rien as well is the side of the road is kept. It is almost lawned in terms of the greenery to the side of the road. It's whilst you are heading more into it's just imagine the Rienian foliage, but kept and gardened. That's how this feels. The land feels gardened almost as you walk along.
Magically gardened, through druidic magic, or good landscaping?
Probably column A, column B, as in probably a someone with druidic intent or druidic control also took up some shears and kept it's well kept. Time and effort was put into garnering the nature here, at least. And then when you get out, it becomes more natural. But it's just either side of the road, it's almost garden like. Not sculpture and hedge maze or anything. Not luscious royal gardens, but it's someone's cleaned up. Someone's made sure the leaves are composted. Every now and then, actually, you come across wooden boxes that look to be natural composting, where someone's actually come
not
in
your average side of the road.
No, definitely not in terms of medieval life, but think
If
of
you
it
live in
more
a
of
hippie
as
commune.
more if if you. I'm gonna use a when a city in modern day specifically we're gonna put a row of trees in the middle of the road and it's gonna be kept, and then someone from the city every now and then will come and prune a tree. It's that. It's more that. But and actually, after about 20 minutes or so, you see a individual moving from between across the path of you in front, and with a large burlap sack being dragged behind them.
Is it people-sized?
No, it is a tree-sized individual.
Wait, a tree is moving around?
Yeah, a treant is you as it comes into vision. A treant is looks to be gardening the road essentially.
I love him. Petrus, is that a very large criminal?
A very maneuverable criminal.
He's escaped.
No.
Prison break.
That is one of the many denizens and shepherds of the woods that have taken a life of service to the Empire and look after its paths and transit paths. The trees have to be well kept a lot in various areas due to druidic nature and magic, and whether they, as much as, say, in the Rien, a field of wheat would be farmed and brought for the good of society, or the same as a timber yard would need to grow trees. We grow trees for our own sake and safety and sustentation.
So he's very busy, and he is working.
He's working. Yes, that's his job.
I will leave him alone.
Faithriff kind of giggles. But yeah, as you get close, you see that essentially this treant is using its rake-like appendages to essentially take some of the trees, and also it's like you notice that they're like, because it's kind of winter here. He's like it's not as much as he's like raking leaves or anything. It's not fall, but it's you know you're in the last month of winter. He's like essentially it's just like, you know, tending to the trees, trying to remember what you do in forestry during winter. Either way,
You cover up trees so that they don't get cold. But
it's just like
I
clean out
guess
surrounding kind of thing.
I will, as we walk and talk, I'll make a weird segue conversation. So, Faithrith, know anything about dragons?
Oh, they're big winged creatures, stuff of the old myths and legends. I'm kidding.
Because I saw one, and it almost exploded my brain. And I nudged Valymr to make him minor illusion the void dragon yet again.
Exploded your brain.
There we go.
Wow.
Medically, James can tell you what happens. I believe it was called an aneurysm, but I'm not a doctor.
Well, I certainly haven't heard about that. I know that I know a lot of the world is dealing with a incursion, so to speak, and I know that the Empire itself has had some issues, but they've been surface at that. None of our cities are threatened or damaged in the same way as, say, Reynard, and I say, no offense, but I think that says more than the Rienians would like to let on. He says with a smirk.
I think there's probably a little bit of conspiratorial thinking in the Rien, thinking that maybe the Eladrin is somewhat in league with the dragons.
It's purely a fact that we're better armed to deal with them. It's very difficult for someone to hide themselves physically in a nation so birthed from fey tricks. We've had to deal with things polymorphing or conjuring our entire existence. It's a way of life sometimes, you know, how the Feywild is. It's harder for a dragon to hide itself amongst those so attuned to things not being truly what they are.
What about a dragon that can transcend space and time?
Well, I've heard of no such thing.
Minor illusion again.
That's what I've been trying to explain to you guys.
I get what you're going at, but we haven't seen it, or at least I haven't heard of what that is. I'm just a noble more minor than Valymr here.
You're a major noble in my eyes, Faithrith. Thank you.
I have a way with languages that makes me useful. I am, and whilst that's very kind of you to say, I'm not exactly someone who knows much on this topic. I've heard what I've heard.
You're a very cunning linguist. Let's continue.
You should hear that in older languages. It's not quite the word you think of it. In Atrian, that's almost a very, very inappropriate thing you just said. James, is there...
Give him a minute. Give him a minute. He needs a minute.
You just...
Oh, we can roleplay it.
James, you just keep... I know I'm quite funny, but anyway, James, is there anything that you'd like to ask or do currently? Because I know you have questions normally.
No, I'm kind of just enjoying the route. Really pondering on how to move forward, I guess, with the best way to research this and where to start and all that stuff. Leaving more of the talking and diplomacy and espionage to my cohorts, teammates, for now.
Okay. Just as a note, I would say that your ears perked up when you heard that individuals affected by shadow lungs sometimes choose to become trees.
Okay. Have we come across any of those individuals yet? I guess that would be what I would ask. Have we come across any trees that were voluntary for that very reason?
Faith
Would
looks
they be on
around.
the maybe on the road?
I haven't seen any yet. They're normally easier to spot. I would keep a lookout for. I'll help as well, but keep a lookout for the trees that they tend to have like a burn mark towards their middle area. It looks like burnt bark. It's not. It's part of the disease being frozen in its way. It necrotizes a singular part of the tree.
Would that gardener be able to spare a moment of their time to maybe they know where one might be along the road that we keep our eyes out for? Maybe give us a little advantage on our route.
I can certainly ask. Faithrith, it starts beginning to shout in Sylvan if anyone speaks it. Okay, found me.
I don't.
You there? Excuse me. Shepherd. Yes, hello. I'm showing some ambassadors around, and they're curious as to individuals who have taken their tree form, and specifically ones that may be afflicted with the shadow curse. At the end. I know of one. Yes. Follow me. That's what Valymr understands, at least. And this
Does it just sound like trees creaking when it's moving around?
Kinda, yeah. They just and then starts to lead you down. Faith returns. He actually knows one. He's going to show us.
Thank you.
We'll be taking a bit of. He notices that the tree then also veers off the main road. He goes, I think we're going off road for a moment. Some of you with the baggage, just stay here. We'll return. We're going tree hunting.
Sightseeing.
Yes. And you go off the beaten path. And after about a 15-minute walk in a small glade, it does get less pretty walk like roadside lawn to more like gardened forest as you go off. In a small glade, there stands a tree, probably about 9 foot tall. It's not a huge tree, but you very much, and the instantaneous, you do notice the sort of around the middle area, almost like where lungs might be if stretched out and taken to tree form.
Mm-hmm.
There's like this like sort of burnt bark, and this is it looks to be a more feminine tree. If there was a way of
Disney character anthropomorphizing.
no, not to that level. It's just
Tree's got tits.
no, not even not that at all. It's just there's just the features
aliveness
that
to it.
There's just there's some of the features because obviously the face shape takes through into like the center of the bark.
Mm-hmm.
And the like it's a very much more effeminate features, should we say, to some of the tree. I'm
Soft, gentle.
Yeah, yes,
No,
yes,
yeah.
exactly that, rather than
Chiseled and
chunky
hard
branch,
and-
like not
yeah.
like large thick branches. It's more intertwined tree branches, etc. And yeah, you can see this. And the ent actually goes up and sort of they pull out like a measure, and like they begin to like measure the black spot. And then they actually pull out like a book from a side satchel that they're carrying, and then write some things down and put it back in, and then sort of step back from the tree.
Just to get clarification, Zaraj, you were reading their thoughts earlier, right? To a degree?
Only just the one. It only lasts, I believe, a minute. So it's
Yeah.
not something I can keep going.
Yeah.
I would have shared that it was cold.
I
you want-
think you did. I just want to make sure. And then, Faithful, do you mind asking if this is normal to take measures and see if it's progressing?
Yes. No, yes, I definitely can. He relays that, and the Trent replies, yes. Much like the rings and knots that tell an age. The shadow curse does still grow within the trees.
I'm not suggesting that this has ever been done for any odd purposes, but has any of these trees ever been tapped for sap or whatever? Because I imagine that they function similarly to other flora in that nature. If it is possible, maybe if we could find one that is willing to allow us to tamper with it, so if we could collect a sample of sap from a healthy section and a sample of sap from maybe the disease section, and that might help me have some sort of start, as I can study in a delayed state, a less volatile state.
Make a persuasion check.
I would like to activate
Your charm.
the charm. Where is it? My charm. What do we call it? Mutagen. Alluring. That'll give me advantage on that. Sorry. Skills. Advantage. That was weird. It grabbed my whole sheet and the die.
Oh, that's surprising. Yes.
10.
10. Trian listens. He says to Faith Rifford and Valymr, who is now understands. I will ask it. And you see the Trian just like it like holds its hand over the ground, and like a staff, like a wooden staff, like rises out like a root, and he grabs hold of it and then pulls it up, and he has like a Trient-sized staff, and with it he begins to cast a spell.
Speak with plants potentially, I guess.
I will offer James my amulet. You don't need to attune to this. You may also read the thoughts of this creature if it will help you with your diagnosis.
For now, I will let those that are more respectful and appropriate for the situation take care of it. But I appreciate it. That will probably become useful in the future. Because I'm thinking now, if I could start treatment on trees while it is in a delayed state, then possibly I could reverse the disease while they are in tree form, and then we can slowly revert them from a tree to allow their bodies time to acclimate to the healing. I don't know if that will work yet. I obviously need to study more, but that's my theory for now.
The individual then turns back to you after casting the spell and having what seemed to be a conversation through almost like tuneful, like humming, like very natural feeling tones that they kind of.
All I can think of is like a cello humming, like slow cello.
Honestly, that's kind of
little...
a bit like, yeah, it's like almost like a musical creaking of the trees in the wind. Almost, it's like a hum of nature that this tree then taps into with its communal song. And he turns to you as well. This one will... I've lost the voice. This one will allow it, but request you tell it a story.
We have many of those. Does it have a particular genre that it prefers to hear, or a language that it would like to hear it in?
I'm to just save my voice.
Yeah.
The individual asks, and it's it matters not. It's more the tree is looking for like company and distraction whilst you do your examination. The treant goes on to explain that whilst various shepherds and denizens of the forest do visit, it's not. This one is interested, to say the least, in travelers passing by. They used to have a spot closer to the road many years ago, but have since been relocated to a personal glade, which, you know, is nice from time to time, but doesn't get as much foot traffic, and would just like to hear about something other than the glade in which they exist.
So James will start his examination, but before he does, he will introduce himself, and he'll retell a story of his first times on the sailing ship in the Bay of Gold, and his friends of the Pohakulele, and their first time coming across a pod of whales. And it was a very like bonding moment for James, and kind of like an initiation point where the crew started to sing out a shanty all in unison, and it was kind of a moment where everybody kind of just settled down for a moment, like hands stopped working, and it was just a camaraderie moment where you could really feel that these individuals of this ship were more than just crewmates. They were a family.
Yeah.
So
Okay. the tree as well is like one of those things of like when you heard the tree and like start like that almost tuneful with make a sort of conversation, you kind of heard like another tree on the wind almost like reply. And once you finish telling your story, that same melodic reply also begins to think. It's almost like the tree that you're taking a look at is telling you a story back. Which the end translates, and then Valymr or Faith Rift translates to be also this individual in her previous form used to often go to the bay, down to the bay in autumn with her family and spend her autumns by the shore. And thanks you for your story and allows you to proceed. Also, the tree tells you that they most likely will not feel any pain for you doing this, as an FYI. This is one of the main reasons that a lot of the individuals take to the bark, as it's known, is it hardens them and actually makes them feel no longer feel the effects of the shadow lung anymore. It's actually one of the main reasons that people who do want to live kind of go into this stasis mode.
Would I be able to possibly get their name?
Oh, yeah.
Seeing as they were so gracious, I would like to possibly honor them some way in the future if this proves.
Is there
beneficial.
any way to distinguish this as other than the dark spot? Is there any way to distinguish it as a willing tree from a criminal?
Yes, the plaque is much more embellished. It's not just name and what they did. It's like a full like epitaph.
Oh yeah, I was about to say like a gravestone or a headstone
Yeah, kind
marker.
of. It's like a full epitaph. And also this glade is like also slightly kept. Like there's a bench that doesn't look like anyone's sat here in a while. Like it's, you know, when a bench has been out in the weather for a long time, it's that kind of thing. It's like it's in like its own little private little kind of glade garden.
Is there
The
any
name
way
was
to
the name's Westvara. Westvara, sorry. Wesvara.
Does it say what year they took to the bark?
Yes, it does. For this one, it was 1212.
It's about 300 and something years ago.
It's 200 years to this year. 210 years to this year.
12. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, 14, not 15. Yeah.
Yeah, we're 1422 now.
Yeah.
Because the new year happened. So during one of the Iranian Eladrin conflicts.
After doing the examination and stuff like that, I would like to take some time to gently clean off the bench. Not to like destroy any foliage, but just make sure like any vines that are growing on it are they're redirected off of it. Any of the tall grasses, that sort of stuff, are kind of pushed away or.
Yeah, it's not like this place isn't kept. Obviously, the shepherd
Yeah.
here has visited. It's just more the fact that like it's an unused bench. It's like a little bit mossy. It's a little bit,
Yeah, so James would kind of just be like as a secondary thank you to
Sure.
tidy up the area with its own touch.
Give me a quick just nature check as you take these samples.
Right?
It's not a very high DC, but
Just make sure that my. Sure. $16.
okay. Yeah, you managed to get a sample from what you think's what seems to be a healthy area and what's a infected area. And you were taking sap, right?
Yes, I was trying to get some sap.
Or fluids or whatever.
Yeah. And if I would even go as far as taking maybe some bark scrapings of
Sure.
just the outer layer, the cambion layer, and not the inner layer.
Sure.
Yeah.
The first thing you notice is the sap is or the fluid is very much a very different color from the necrosis area.
Okay,
And
so the healthy
it's-
fluids and the necrotized area are different colors.
Very much so. Like, it's visibly different.
Okay.
The initial just kind of looks like water almost. Like, not from as in the healthy areas. Slightly green. You know,
Mhm.
the same way that if you draw water from a stem of a plant, I don't know, you've definitely done that. I don't. Who am I fucking kidding? You work in a greenhouse, don't you, at the moment? Like,
Yes, yeah, no, if you-
you know,
If
and
you
it's-
break off a poinsettia, you can
Yeah,
see
yeah,
the
yeah.
white latex come out of the stem. So yeah,
yeah,
I get what you're saying.
Yeah, it's also like where you've seen water within a plant that's partially gone through photosynthesis, where it actually takes up some of the chlorophyll and is actually slightly into green. It's like that, and then with the necrotized area, it comes out like putrid pink, green, yellow, pussy kind of.
Does it
it's-
smell bad when he taps it?
Yeah, a little bit. Only if
When-
you're right there. It's
like,
not.
You waft it a little.
It's. It comes out
It,
thicker as well. It's
it's
uh,
viscous.
more syrupy. It's still like see-through and clean-ish. Like, but it's instead of like, you know, like amber sap from a tree. Instead of
I know.
that, it's where, you know, when there's like half-dried sap and it kind of looks like dried blood almost.
Mhm.
It's more like that, but with hints of yellow.
Mm-hmm.
Can Valymr take 10 minutes and concentrate on detect poison and disease
Ooh.
to see if that gives any insight? Is this obviously this person had Shadowlong before they turned into a tree,
Mhm.
but has it turned into something else by being treeified? Or
Okay.
is this sap that he's just drawn out of the tree literally Shadowlong and dangerous to the elves we've got near us?
Can you just drop me the full
I
thing
can.
for poison disease?
There you go.
Just. It's definitely poisonous. Not like it's definitely not the same as Shadowlong. This is more like of a residue. It's not like this is transmitting it. And it's
But it could be weaponized.
Think of
No,
it. Would it be
it's-
like if
in the same way that nature.
necrotized tissue is taken from like somebody getting debrided, like a wound?
Yeah, this is just essentially dead. It's decayed.
It's like it's like the actual tree materials coming out in the sap, the dead, the rotted stuff that was killed off by the disease itself is what's coming out in the sap.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's not a active agent. It's more dormant.
Yes. I mean,
Okay.
the disease still spreads, but it's over, like, and if you continue to convey conversation with the train, in the last 210 years, this has moved about half a centimeter.
Yeah, but trees live for a long time.
Yeah, with 210 years worth of growth, and you only have 1 centimeter worth of response in a disease that would that
It's
have
heavily
typically
slowed.
killed an elf at
massively,
that point?
Yeah. Like, the
Okay.
top ages for elves generally is about 700. And you
Mhm.
see, not because you also see birthday for this
Okay.
individual. And their birthday was in, like, the
400?
No, not quite that. It was about the
Six.
700s. So they took to it relatively younger, but then you also notice that they're an elf rather than a Elandrin, so that could also be partially why. I would say that this is quite poisonous, but in the same way of eating dead things is poisonous, and there is a little bit of like a necrotic energy to this, but it's not the same as a version of the disease.
It's not like I could pour this on somebody and spread it.
No, you don't think so anyway. Well, it's hard to say from a visual look.
Okay.
But it's definitely in a case of people tend to these trees and don't get sick. It's the sickness of Shadow Lung tends to happen one way or another to someone. It's not a curse that is in the same way is like transmitted normally. It's not. It's more of a fact of being for Fae.
So Faithruth is part water elf, sea elf, correct? Is he the one?
He was. I think he's just half. I think
He's
I said
elf
he
with
was-
traces of orc in his
Yeah.
ancestry.
Ah,
He's a
okay.
half. He's a half.
The
elf, yeah.
the water elf is the one that brought us from your mom's camp.
Yeah,
No,
the water elf is
the
Trieliorn.
Yes, the water elf is is the husband of Solana the Black. He's the one that was
Oh.
guiding you to and from the chamber. He's the one
He
who
has
has
a
the
Gogo
trident.
gadget trident.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Yeah, Commander Faith with half elf, but not human half, seems to be orc.
And at that, it was like a quarter elf. So in all essences, he's a high elf, I think, just with stronger features, but also in that kind of what's it called, androgynous look to them. There's a very androgynous thing to Faithruth.
Mm-hmm.
I know it's probably not going to do anything, but Valymr will put a couple of lay on hands on the tree just to close up the tap holes.
They close up the tap holes, but yeah. Okay. And-
Faithruth, is this the only grove where the afflicted Shadow Lung afflicted tree pull are put, or are there locations all over?
Locations all over. This is just a grove that's been paid for, I believe, by this individual's family. They eventually got moved here, away from the road a little bit. It's their plot.
Do you know if the family line is still present? I mean, you
This
did just say
individual?
that they moved him here, yes. but-
Yes, I believe. Well, normally that is the case. I can. I mean, I don't have a record. The shepherdry would keep records.
Would it be possible to have this treant friend shepherd alert not alert, notify the family of what was done here and that it was taken with consent of their family member? Because I imagine that they'll see the markings and the disturbance in the area, and I don't want them to get upset unduly.
I'll relay the information.
I also don't scratch a Z into this tree. I leave this one alone.
No problem. This is ways out from the road anyway, so it probably wouldn't get seen. But you head back and you continue to travel down the road, and eventually, after probably about a day's travel, you get to your intended destination, which was you get to not your intended destination, another port on the opposite coast, near Harlis, which is another. As you got closer to this, you get about 10 minutes out from Nehalis. You see it on the horizon, but there's actually more activity on the road. It seems as well, you see another road like going perpendicular to you, coming out of this port town, going towards the other ports and deeper into the territory. And there's a lot more traffic here. Everything coming this way seems to be towards you now, seems to be military in nature. you don't see like transit, but that's because they're essentially heading to a very militarized zone. And actually, Faithrith lets you know that this area has been fully locked down for martial purposes, so trade isn't allowed this end at the moment. Eventually, they'll be allowed back to Noxodanis, but not in the time of war.
Are we permitted to go into this town, or are we going to be bypassing it?
If you want to, you can. I mean, I was planning on us finding camp outside, but if you would prefer to stay in one of the inns here, perhaps we could arrange it. You will be
Looked at funny.
less Valymr and Usaraj, but I worry about James is all.
I think I have done quite a bit of camping over the past year, more than the rest of my life put together. But I have not camped in the Eladrin Empire, and I think I would like to.
Okay. Well, we'll take camp. Should you wish to go into the city, we can go under guard for a while, because you do have like a platoon with you of like 12 soldiers under Faithrith, just for various. And then you do have some servants with you, and they've brought like nice tents as well. Like it's not, you're not going to be on the ground.
Would wonder if you have any recommendations for a good place to grab some food, and I shall buy you and your men dinner as a thank you for this escort.
One moment. He turns to one of his. He moves back to one of the guards and starts having a conversation with them. Another half-elf-looking individual. This one seems to be. This one seems to be half. Trying to work out. Would you recognize this? Give me a just a quick perception check at this individual they're talking to.
Who's that to?
All of you.
Oh, I rolled it. I got a 24.
I don't need to. I don't think I. Yeah. That's what I get if I roll a nat 20. So I think we'll be all right.
This individual looks to like have a little bit of like a stockier features about them. They're a very well-built elf, or if they were, but you get the impression actually they might be half dwarf, half elf,
A
half
dwarf.
Yeah, a dwarf.
Wow. I do not say that out loud, though. That sounds like it would be inappropriate
that's a
to say
slur.
out loud.
So,
Yeah.
Kafdar's from the area. He recommends that there's a nice tavern in town.
Drinks on me, boys and girls. Let's go.
And you set up camp outside the town, but then you are escorted in. And as you walk the streets, there are like young elven children, etc. Like, yes, James.
I was gonna say, I would ask Faith if it would be uncommon for people to like wear a veil or something within, if that would draw more attention than just me being out in the open.
He recommends you keep your hood up for at least whilst you move the streets.
Okay.
If you've got one.
Mm-hmm.
I have my disguise kit too, if there's anything left after marking all of the tree sweaters.
Did you put any fake ears on any trees?
I don't think you
No.
would cover the red in the eye, dear.
No, that's beyond my capabilities. It's very handsome, though. You should not be ashamed of this.
I'm
But,
not. Thank you, though.
You are led through, and those of you who've never been in the Eladrin Empire, the architecture is very, very different, at least in this part. There's mixes of stonework like anywhere, but the woodwork is like grown in place. So imagine imagine like I don't know if you've seen those buildings where it's like stone wall and then like wooden corner, where it's like a log or like that. It's that, but instead of
Timber
logs,
frame.
it's like a timber frame, but instead of the frames, it's a tree that's been grown,
E-
and then
Every Minecraft house I've ever built.
yeah, and then like the
Minecraft, more like Vinecraft.
and then like the top of the foliage, the like the tree tops and the what would be the canopy is then like knitted into parts of the roofing, and like the branches then latticed into like a thatch that makes a lot of the roofing. That's what tends to be like the main sort of way of doing roofing here, at least in this region. But eventually you'll up through to what seems to be a 2-story in-house with a lot of its design, but then like some of the wood, and like it's clear that like a lot, like the front fascia of this building is 2 trees like either side with like stone wall, but then like the middle like intersecting branches have then been grown in a way that they grow out and form a natural decking. And there's a whole balcony region looking over the town square where the balcony is just like, and it's filled with like restaurant tables, and it's like above and looks over, but on this natural like wooden decking almost that's been carefully like tree husbandried into the growth of this building. It's like almost like the wood has been shaped magically. And then again, there's this tree lattice work that goes up into the roofing, and then it stretches back. And you are taken inside, and it is so elegant inside. Like again, so it's like a lot of the wood into, again, it's like naturally grown, but then like the bark has been shaved and the wood has been varnished. And it's like intricate
Nobody's a
carvings.
craftsman. Everybody's an artisan.
Yeah.
Like, it's all artwork.
Yes.
Always.
Yes, it's exactly that. Everything is done like so, like handcrafted, like artist. Everything is artistic. Everything is artistic. Every little flourish of even the building. And it's also the thing, it's just like, you get the impression that a lot of things take a lot of time, and it's a good thing that all these individuals live a bit longer, or at least the majority of them. But when you enter, like, the ground floor is like, you look up and it's like, again, this balcony gets you entraps into the inside, and upstairs there's like restaurant and people being served and sat at tables, whereas downstairs it's a bit more like a pub and a bar. And in the center of like the balcony square, there is a live band being performed of there's a number of Fey individuals playing some of the instruments some of you recognize, others you don't understand. There's a lot of flute work as well. There's a couple of thorns. There's like there's a halfling in there as well, but then there's other like Fey creatures like just involved with, you know, this band. There's also like it's very folk music vibe. It's very hearty, very nice, and there's just a murmur, and then yeah, you are led upstairs and found a private table.
I will give the server can I, okay, this is a weird question. Can I do an insight check on price? And what I'm trying to find out is if I give them 200 gold, is that enough to prepay for like drinks and dinner?
Yes.
Okay. I would like to prepay 200 gold to the server and say, please, whatever our party desires to eat, and I would request your strongest drinks.
Faithfrith then translates for you.
Right.
I'm gonna have to teach you Elven on this trip.
And then
Oh no, thank you.
And then explains that this will be a private party, and also that Valymr, you catch this, and also that you catch him sort of name drop Solana, and says the Lady Protector will pay anything that this doesn't cover. Just
Do you share that with me?
No, because I think you're being silly spending all of your money when you don't have to.
Well, what I'm trying to do right now is I'm trying to get everyone really drunk. And I will instigate merriment and drinking, but it's hard because I don't speak this language, so I'm just going to give a toast in a language no one understands, and then we just keep drinking, and
I'll be translating those.
You're gonna try and teach people different cheers
Mhm,
in different
mhm.
languages and different drinking
Right.
games.
Yes, and in Tabaxi we say, "Give me your money," and then we all drink, and then in
and in Shorelander they say "Skål."
Yeah. Okay, I'll tell you my intention behind this over the course of the dinner. I'm trying to loosen lips, and then I'm trying to gauge everyone's opinion once everyone's feeling a little loosey-goosey. How do we feel about the current power struggle, Eladrin the Immortal not being kind of in charge, or whatever, and then
Give me give me a performance check, and then that will define if you get advantage on this persuasion check or not.
Cool. Well,
you're looking above a 10.
Well, I rolled a 4, so
okay. Is anyone else doing anything to help to try and maybe get
I am
advantage?
translating, and
I will allow you to roll this advantage if Valymr is helping.
Yeah,
Thank you,
I mean,
Valymr.
I'm gonna be like main translator.
I didn't roll much better. I got a 7.
Okay.
I assume I stand up and trip, spilling my drink all over the place.
Then you will be playing a flat persuasion check rather than an advantage one.
Okie dokie. Persuasion here would, by all that is good and holy, why do I always try charisma checks? I'm so... Oh, that's good! 20, dirty.
Oh, okay. It takes a little while for the individuals to get on board, but as soon as the soldiers realize that this is just a night off for them now, they loosen up a lot. There's a lot more, and there's a lot of storytelling where Faithriff is translating what people are saying. It's just and he's telling you about the different soldiers, and so it's like I said, so Kafdar's mother was a dwarven trader that came to town once. The thing is just a thing, and that's how you can see his burly features, and then grabbing his face. It's kind of got into that sort of just short storytelling, but also they're trying to find out about you guys as well. Just who the hell are we with?
Oh, I tell them everything.
Why is this human that we're the one human that's with this party horrific to look at?
I will tell the story of how,
except for the moments when he's not, and then it's it's just his body changes. Can all humans do that?
I'll tell the story of how my mum met my dad, and then I killed my dad, as in Arakaz the devil.
Yeah, this is much easier for you to do, Valymr, as they speak. A lot of them speak. In fact, some of them even speak Undercommon. So it's just there's passing notice because
when I'm telling the story of when I'm speaking as Arakaz, I'll speak in Infernal as well. And if any of them understand that, then it's gonna be just really trying to
Faithriff goes raise an eyebrow, but it seems to be the only one.
I tell the story of how I thought James was totally a vampire and tried to get him to eat garlic bread and but we were able to figure out he was not a vampire to squelch any worries or concerns anyone may have.
Faithriff's very drunk goes, no, he's a Dhampir, right? That's
yes.
Right, yes.
Yeah, James would just be sitting in the back with his glass of wine,
it's not a vampire.
swirling it.
It's not a vampire, he's a vampire. He's getting a little buzzed, and also I just rolled a fuck you on my dice, so that's rather than a fuck me, fuck you. So he got a natural 20, trying to so he's an insightful dude, Faithriff. He may not be of most station, but yeah. And you'd spend some time just getting to know the individuals. In terms of what you get of like how they feel about the Eladrin, they're very loyal to Eladrin the Immortal in that sense, and they're just like, there's the case of the thing of like they're actually like, I kind of wish he was back to being who he was. Like, there's a lot of soldiers like I remember like because some of these like more full-blooded elves are like I remember some of the golden age underneath him. Like it's.
Back in my day, Eladrin was.
It's less of a back in my day. It's like the thing is with like a lot of the Fey realms, you've got to think that 100 years is someone that's in their 20s. Someone in their 50s is actually 500 in this term of things. So it's just like time as a perceptive scale for them is stretched out compared to humans, orcs, tabaxi, anything with like a more mundane lifespan. So it's
I have 9 lives, but not 9 lifetimes.
Yeah, so this is more like, just like, whereas like a lot of I'm going to use this in a real world scenario, like with me, it's like I had the queen growing up, but I also have like the rest of the thing. Whereas my parents have a completely different like scope of the queen being our ruler. It's that kind of thing. And yeah, there's just that. You should get general things. There's a few of them. It's just like, and then there's some that's like, no. We need Solana right now. We need a strong military leader to be leading us in this quest to get us back to what's the way that it should be and reset everything. Like all the stories that are coming out of the Rien of what's going on, how they're so controlled by the church is just like, and it's like it's frankly it's horrible corruption that they're.
Before I guess things get too like
family
personalized and opinionated and stuff like that, James is gonna ding his glass and he's gonna say, it has been a great night enjoying this with all of you and kind of coming to a deeper understanding between divided lines, separate parties, and share a meal together. And I hear that you all want Eladrin back, and that is just my intent here. But not just for him specifically, for all of you people. And so I would like to raise my glass here today and say, to Akir that'll return us to the Golden Age. To Akir that'll return you all to your golden ages. And may that sun shine brightly upon you again in your empire. And I hope that it'll bring peace to all the realms. And then James will take a sip.
A rapturous cheer led out as I feel like either Valymr or Faithrift was like directly line after line translating that, and all the soldiers like, yeah. It's like, and there's a lot. There's almost like even though the tense shoulders were relaxed a bit, there is a bit more of a relaxation there with that. And with that, I'm going to end the session here. So, for everybody that's been watching the extra long session back of the it was 6 hours that we've been live technically. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. All I have to do now today is to thank the players. Thank you to DM Lake, to Rose, to Lord Lambert, to Commissar Roach, to Ghibli Jam, to Mordred Viking, to Kinda Odder, and I've been Midgeman. We've been the Component Cast. We'll be back tomorrow with our Lancer game, so do be here for that, and we'll be back on track next week with more Elendor, and we've got Cyberpunk on Wednesday. Other than that, we will see you next time. Bye-bye, friends.
Hello.